Hey, good morning, everybody. Let me just make sure my audio settings are correct. Microphone always likes to turn itself down randomly. Yeah, it turned itself down a little bit. So I'm excited to get back to this game. Last week has been kind of hell. I haven't really had time to do anything. Lots of maintenance, lots of things breaking, plumbing, electric, all kinds of bullshit. And even today, I just figured it's been too long since I started reviewing this game. I don't want to forget it. And so, last part of the story we were on was that. Let's see what happened. I'm just kind of reviewing in my head. So, we're this person who is called a collector or a corrector. Sorry, and this corrector can get resurrected when they die. And we crashed on this planet. We don't have any memory of who we are. We started getting memories of who we are. We have an AI friend called Ezra. You're looking for quartz crystals. These crystals make some of the memories come back. There's 3 factions on this planet. There's the aliens called the Ziri, the humans who are dying out gradually, and the robots or the machines. So when I stopped last, we had a lead that the machines are the next place we need to go visit, and they're in the desert territory. It was suggested that I need to, and as part of this character, this corrector can change appearance, change DNA, become more robotic, become more alien, become more human. Yeah. So last I heard, we were trying to go out to robot territory. So I'm gonna load my file, and we're gonna go to robot territory. Let me make sure my settings. Okay, yeah, that volume is good. Alright, so my current form is machine. Hey, what's up, One Man Indie? We were going to go to the desert. I did a little bit of grinding, so I'm actually decently strong. Like, off stream, I did just 30 minutes of grinding so that I am prepared for the desert. Up ahead, surrounded by sand, a rocky outcropping with a dark groove. The sun beats down without mercy. Your chances of finding ships seems poor. So I'm going to keep going. Out of the corner of your eye, mirage. You turn to face it, and it takes on a Ziri form. The Ziri hunter. Okay, yeah, shoot. Going. Well, I actually really like narrative-driven games. This one is just shy of a graphic novel. It's not a graphic novel, but it's close. I'm totally cool with narrative-driven games. And the dialogue, if it's good dialogue, I'm cool. I'm cool with it. For me, RPGs are usually about the story. The gameplay is good too. That's just extra. But if I play a really basic RPG with a very good story, I prefer that to an RPG that has lots of mechanics and great gameplay, but you don't care about the story or the characters. In my opinion. Ooh, that shortcut was a lot of damage. $0.40 a word. I'll be your narrator. I don't know if my voice is the best narrating voice. I don't know though. It's hard to tell how your own voice sounds compared to other people. Like the way you perceive your own voice is different than how other people might perceive it. I don't know. Oh shit. As you walk over a hill, the sand drops away to blackened rock. In the distance, rivulets of burning gold streak snake throughout the ground. The one closest to you, just scant meters away, hisses and spits. Thick clouds of ash and smoke roll up from the fissures ahead, beyond the ghostly mist. A gigantic... Oh, God damn it. 1 second. This always happens when I try to stream. Like, I get some kind of computer call immediately when I try, and then if I don't stream, then maybe 6 hours go by and it's fine. Like, it's just really annoying. Okay, 1 second. The clouds of, holy shit, you adjust your mask. Those aren't ruins, those are buildings, and they're intact. This must be the machine colony, Ezra deduces. Looks like it's built on some kind of volcanic soil, and there must be geysers through the ground as well. The burn-off is probably creating that strange gas. Doesn't look like any water vapor you've seen. On the ground right near the edge of the fire fields are numerous skeletons. As you crouch to look at them, the bones don't seem burned. The mist might be toxic. You walk across the ebon expanse of rock and magma. Even as you step over the molten streams, there's no tingling heat at your metal skin. Likewise, as the fissures spew out from the broiling mist, you walk right through. As you raise your hand and look at it, wisp-like lines of steam jump off your fingers. My skin is hot, but I don't feel it. It's weird. Well, the plating I made your skin out of has high heat resistance. That's how you can shrug off laser blasts. You're made to deal with heat, so to speak. I kept your tactile senses active, but I've numbed your perception of pain to anything that doesn't actually hurt you. You walk along the shadow of the closest structure, and as you get closer, tiny dots are moving near the base. Machines. They're crowded around a large hexagonal building at the base, at least 25 feet high. You don't think that you don't think they'll be hostile, do you? Well, you'll find out pretty quick if they are. A bipedal machine is walking toward you. No, past you. Its singular glowing eye flicks over at you before continuing on its way. You breathe a sigh of relief. Might want to keep those humanisms to a minimum while you're inside, Ezra suggests. Even though she's not here, you nod. Wait, is nodding a humanism? You walk in without any troubles or even a second glance. Hundreds of machines are walking down the hexagonal corridors. Bipeds, quadrupeds, even rolling machines. However, most of them sport the same cyclopedian design. Bipedal with rusty metal plating. On one of the walls, there's glowing prose, Sector 54. Guess that answers where I am. As you walk forward, the wall to your left ends and becomes a guardrail. Beyond it, there are metal pits bubbling with molten rock. There are also hexagon-like cylinders filling up the nearby wall. The whole thing kind of reminds me of a hive. The unflattering comparison doesn't last that long. As you're walking along, machines chattering away beside you, or even sitting and exchanging chips. You wander over and examine different ones for sale. You're engaging in commerce? You blink. The vendor's face is literally steely and expressionless and lacks optical outlets. Yes. Supplementary data storage for units is in short supply. If you want, you can exchange microchips here for larger storage modules, as we have a lot of biological data banks here from old settlers you can wipe. They pause. Didn't you receive this data upon activation? Your heart jumps. Crap. Am I going to blow my cover already? On their bench, you spy a quartz chip glimmering. I just experienced a temporary memory route problem. It has corrected itself now. I think they screwed up my activation. Probably forgot to upload the data. Hey, is that a quartz chip? How much? The vendor reaches over and picks up the quartz chip, handing it to you. Instinctively, you stare at the exit. I could run away with it right now. They're pretty trusting. Or maybe there's no theft here. Instead, you hand it back. Quartz chips are rare and usually not for exchange, the vendor explains. I would have given it to the Riverals, but it's designed specifically for unit storage. I'll exchange it for 30,000 microchips. Expensive. You hand it back. I might come back. The vendor doesn't ask any more questions. You walk away from the stall into the crowd. Bumping into machines, you spot an alcove near the thundering machinery. Slipping through, you duck into the nook and suck in a deep breath. Here, even the sound of your breath is swallowed up. Faking being a machine is tough, you murmur, though not to yourself. They're not exactly how I thought they would be. Compared to the machines I've met outside, these ones are so different. You pause, composing your thoughts. How do I say this? They don't speak mechanically. I don't know why the machines outside are so different, and that's with me being one, but I can explain the casual talking. Firstly, it's more efficient to use contractions rather than formal speech. The difference between I am feeling optimal today and I'm good is 0.6 seconds of lost time, she continues. Plus, who do you think programs machines, so to speak? Humans. Or programming them to speak, yeah. That's a good point. How come you don't seem overly concerned with wasting time, Ezra? You're a regular chatterbox. Hey, I'm not wasting time. I'm proving scintillating conversation for you. Plus, I can multitask. Who knows? Maybe I'm a bit odd. It's not like I can speak with any real authority on my design, given all the memory gaps. The real question, I guess, is why they speak at all when they're machines instead of using direct data transfer. Now that I'm interested in. Guess I better start asking questions then. The machines of Sector 54 are everywhere, busying themselves with tasks. There are outlets for buying machine parts and interface terminals. Every so often, a large chunk of scrap is dragged back from the desert. Other machines are working to recycle things into something productive. Consulting robots. As you wander around, you overhear another conversation between two machines. I'm considering undergoing a unit shift from information management. As an IM unit, I feel I have reached the limit of my unique contributions. Since you work in programming and analysis, I could use your insight. Absolutely, that's where we PA units are for. Are your current experiences making you lean toward anything? I contributed some Gestalt-reviewed thoughts on human pheromones that have been cited by the Organic Exobiology and Diplomacy Gestalt. OE units are in high demand right now because much of life on this planet has not been fully assessed. However, many DG activities have been escalated to the collective to process because human and Z-Re behavior is so complex. Perhaps my value would be with studying organics then. While we were talking, I ran a test on your memories and you are 68% unique. I've marked out the partitions of memory and cognition you should make sure you keep running as part of the next build, or The Gestalt will be worse for it. Thank you. If I become an OE unit, I will need to store a lot of data in my new frame. If you do field work, return regularly to perform backups. Zeri attacks are on the rise, especially outside of the sector's transmission range. Inquiring robots. You wander around the sector, listening to other machines. They don't question you at all. Of course, you look just like one of them. 2 machines are talking nearby. Since there are many machines that just go stationary all of a sudden, you do just that, arms at your side. Why do the diplomacy Gestalt units have such a low track record of success and contact with the human colonists? The DG unit types are dealing with humans who feel slighted by machines. It's like when you feed discriminatory data into a machine learning model. What you put in it is what comes out. Yeah. But certainly we can compensate for all that prejudice by providing our own factual counter-information. The volume it must overcome is significant at this point, and the infection does not help matters. Once humans want to believe something, it's hard to make them not believe it. It's disappointing because if they still had the Rosetta implants, we could share information and form a limited Gestalt. Nobody is more aware of that than the DG units, except the colony administrator, but the first colonists removed them after the infection started. Yes, if they still had the Rosetta, present circumstances would put them at risk, especially the rare Promethean grades. Perhaps after that issue is resolved, we could use the Rosettas to help them see where they're coming from. You sound like Jack Brickfield, the creator of the Rosetta. He was a human who wanted people to think like machines, a unique Promethean grade human. Yes, I've read that file. I had some interesting thoughts about hybridization after that, which I uploaded immediately. I'll have to access those later. Rusted machine. You approach the humanoid-looking robot. It's holding a hefty-looking rifle in its hand, zooming its twin telescopic eyes on it. There's a patched-up, scorched hole just left of the small of its back. You feel slight nagging. I feel like I'm forgetting something crucial. But even as you stop to dwell on it, all you draw is a blank. Guess it's nothing important. Looking to get in trouble with that thing, you gesture at their weapon. The machine swivels to face you. In that moment, you're struck by a lightning bolt of realization. You've seen this machine from behind during the 3-way skirmish, the one I shot in the back without any warning. I can't believe it survived. Yeah, so earlier in the game, you came across a 3-way fight between the aliens, the humans, and the robot. And I chose to help the human, so this is the robot that I shot at that time from earlier in the game. Okay. Oh, hello. Apologies for not sensing you. The machine's eyes literally light up as sunny as their synthetic voice, and I'm not up to any mischief. I'm checking the calibration of this weapon. I believe it's incorrect. Would you mind looking it over? I could use some QA. The machine freely offers you their weapon. After a slight pause, you take it. Turning it over to your hands, there's no display to be seen. Of course, machines directly interface with their tools. Good thing I can do that. 257. You close your eyes. Diagnostic data dances your fingers and flashes before you. Velocity calculations. Not what I need. Give me the calibration settings. Like a paper airplane, your thoughts packaged and thrown forth. Within seconds, the settings are floating before your eyes. Electromagnetic lens density 12 millimeter, output 63. I don't know what these figures mean, you inwardly sigh. As you do, some information flows into your mind, but not from the weapon. For this type of particle, fatal organic damage can occur at 33 EV. You'll want to reduce it. It really helps having a biologist who can speak in my mind. I know, Ezra answers. I'm like your very own helpful Tinkerbell. I think I got the reference. Anyway, enough chatter, let's do this thing. I suggested you drive the EV measurement down. After checking a few other variables, you open your eyes. Now that you're done, you hand the weapon back. As you do, the few remaining numbers slip from view like drops of water down a glass tube. This should scorch, but not seriously puncture organic skin. It won't stop anything from charging you, though. Out of habit, you lock eyes with them. Are you sure you want the output to be at the non-lethal level? It's not ideal for self-defense. Yes, it's only a deterrent. I've been attacked by organics before when venturing beyond Sector 54, so unfortunately it's needed. I'd like to leave it behind, but my business is more important than my individual survival. At that point, the machine reaches out a metal hand. It's scratched and tarnished. I'm Echo, by the way. Unit code RE3283855. Echo, that's an interesting designation. No need for formalities, just call me Flegaria. I'm Flegaria, unit code AE. I've never heard of the AE unit subtype. Are you a new model? Your heart thunders in your chest. Yes, fresh off the line. I need to change the subject quick. How about your unit type? What does RE stand for? Oh, RE stands for reconnaissance type. You can tell us apart by looking at our chassis and optical enhancements. Yeah. Echo taps the side of their telescopic eyes. And your unit type? Your brain desperately snatches at words. What starts with AE? I'm an assistant engineer. My model is designed for assisting with engineering efforts. Echo's eyes light up. Superb. There's a task I'm preparing for. It involves reparation of valuable equipment outside the sector. Will you help me? Sure, that's my function. You struggle not to sigh. Walked right into that one. I'm ready to go. Lead the way. Echo trudges past the exit, you following the clacking of metal feet, metal adding it to your own. As you step out into the lava fields, Echo's telescopic eyes zoom in and out as they walk ahead. Their pace speeds up or slows down without any forewarning. You nearly knock into their metal back. Is something wrong, you ask, suffocating the note of frustration trying to edge into your voice. Not wrong, but not ideal. We must be cautious. There's a higher than normal chance of hydrothermal explosions at this time of year. They've destroyed 3 RE units this month alone. We've been adjusting our charts to compensate. Oh, so you're taking surface readings. The frustration slips away. You start stepping to where Echo is stepping. I'm sorry to hear they perished. Oh, it's just an inconvenience. All RE units make backups before we head out into the field, so none of them are lost. Did you make a backup before you left? Absolutely. Don't worry about me. I'm easily recoverable. In the distance, there's a familiar glint of ivory skeletons bordering the black expanse. As you get closer, there's a new animal there, yet to decompose. Echo, do you mind if I ask a question? Not at all. The pursuit of knowledge is our primary directive. Ask what you want. Oh, really? Should I ask about the sphere? After a pause, you conclude it's not the right time, but stick with the original question. You said 3 units were destroyed this month. Why is this settlement built on top of a volcanically active field? There's much safer places to build a settlement, like literally anywhere else. 3 reasons. The primary one is that this region is toxic to both native and non-native organics. Wait, I thought you said preserving organic life was optimal. It is. This land is of no use to anyone but us, so no life is disrupted. The second is access to geothermal power, but this was deemed too dangerous to harness. Too dangerous. What was the third reason? Having our settlement here prevents our lives from being disrupted. Unfortunately, we're constantly under attack whenever we leave Sector 54. This natural perimeter offers a better defense than we could build. You wait a while before pestering Echo with more questions. You're itching to know more. Asking too much might lead to more questions and not from you. In the meantime, you try your best to follow Echo's footsteps. For some reason, when you don't step where they do, the ground crumbles beneath their feet. Echo really knows their stuff. I could really use them when I'm out exploring. As you stare at their back, you think back to all the shaking, stuttering machines you met on your travels. Echo's stance is firm and upright, purposeful. How long have you been walking these dunes, Echo? I was deployed on my first mission 2 weeks after I came off the line. That was exactly 63 years ago, 8 months, 3 days ago. Trigaea planetary time, of course. That explains all the scratches, or maybe they're recent. You wonder who is older, them at 63, or you at possibly 2 centuries or more, as you trudge after them. Usually on these excursions, 80% of my memory storage is filled with environmental information. I may be a little off today. I only brought 56% with me. This is you on your off day, you blurt, until you realize how much of a humanism that was. After you compose yourself, why so little? I needed to have some repair programs installed. They're essential for this mission. In the distance, a dark cloud is creeping across the horizon. There's a strange glittering in the darkness, like starlight caught in broiling tempest. Echo freezes in their tracks. You stop in theirs. That doesn't look good. Let me save. That doesn't look good. Let me run a scan. Echo's eyes lenses zoom out while their body stays utterly still. With neither of you talking, there's a distant rumbling from the cloud. A few seconds later, Echo becomes animated again like an unpaused movie. It's a sandstorm. It's moving very fast. Echo's tone is low, specifically at 90 kilometers an hour. Can we outrun it? Even as the words leave your mouth, the black storm has crept closer. The horizon roars. Even from the distance, the wind presses against your chest, lifts it up, tossles around your holstered gun blade. Echo shakes their head. Without hardware, we're not going to be able to. The air is mine. I ran a simulation to try to predict for this. If the master station wasn't down, the data would have been more accurate. Anyway, there's no time for that. We need to find a cave or some rocks or shelter. As Echo scrambles forward over a dune, the dark glittering mass closes in. Dread wailing fills the air. Just before it drowns out all other noise, you hear Echo shout, "Follow me, Trigaea, and don't leave any of your vents open." Roaring noise, black, burnt orange, glittering stars shoot against your metal chassis. They screech across like nails on a chalkboard. The pressure pushes hard against your plating. If I was organic, I'd be torn apart. Your cohort's silhouette disappears. Seconds later, several more shadows take their place. The wind buffets you around, and soon any sense of forward is gone. Echo! Before you're shouting, you get a mouthful of gritty sand. Spluttering, you kneel down. You're sinking backwards. Everything is backwards. Earth is air. Air is earth. As you slide down the sand dune, a metal hand reaches out and grabs your forearm. Clank. Come on, this way. You trudge forward. All you have is Echo's hand. That and blind faith, they know their way. Your faith in Echo is rewarded. The sand begins to peel back from your sight. In its stead, burnt orange rock stretches up before you. The storm blasts against the opposite side, forming a bow shot. You and Echo huddled beneath the rocks, waiting out the rest of the storm. Once you can see the sun again, you do a damage assessment. You run a finger through deep grooves of your metal forearm. There's dozens of them. I've got more scratches than a cat juggler, though maybe a beat-up old car is a better comparison. You spare a glance at Echo. They were already pretty scratched up before the storm. Now it looks like they're covered in deep crosses, like someone played a 1,000-year game of tic-tac-toe on every part of their chassis. You didn't have your comms on, Echo states. Is that a statement, a question, or an accusation? No, I think the storm caused some disruption. Here, let's calibrate. I'll send you a message and you respond. Your heart thunders in your chest. Is that even possible? I'm going to get found out. Instead, you hear a loud ping and a prompt to accept. Some words float in front of you. They say, Echo calling. You can accept, Ezra says. Just think of it. And you should be able to communicate with them via the Rosetta just by thinking it. You do as she says, and the moment you do, you can hear Echo's voice in your head. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. You reply with your mind. This is going to take some getting used to. Perfect. We'll use this channel if we get separated again. I don't think it's likely. We're almost at our destination. You walk down dusty rock canyon, following in Echo's footsteps. There's a glinting up ahead. You flinch. But on the second glance, there's no clouds, and the glinting is close to the ground. That should be it, Echo announces. The source of the gleaming is a pile of shorn metal and electrical equipment lying across the ground. You pick up a small transmission dish. Was it, or was this? Weather sensors and research. No, right now I am a humanoid-looking machine, and the AI is Ezra is speaking to me remotely. So whenever you hear Ezra speaking, who's the AI, she's speaking to me remotely, and my current form is machine. So it's right now the form is a humanoid almost like an android. Yeah. You pick up a small transmission dish. Was it, or is it this? Weather sensors and research. Ironically, if it had been operational, we could have anticipated the storm. It appears to have been sabotaged. There's deep tearing in the metal. The scratches are precise and powerful. Yeah, this isn't storm damage, so who did it? Not enough conclusive data. It could be human, Zeri, or just some native animals. None of the parts look scavenged, though. What reason would they have to destroy them? None. There's a theory among the collective. It's that sapient biological life is, by its nature, violent toward others and itself. The theory is quite popular. Do you believe that? My long-term trend analysis is incomplete, but the collective has access to far more historical data than I do, so I doubt its groundedness. Screech. Your heart leaps to into your chest. Whipping out your gun blade, you turn around. A sandy-colored arachnid is scuttling down the canyon walls at startling speed. When it hits the ground, it takes up the whole 10-foot-wide crevasse. Hook-like talons for feet. There's deep dents of stone wall where it moved. Effortless damage. You think this thing destroyed the survey station? You raise a barrel of your gun, lighting it up with one of its many eyes. Beside you, Echo's weapon is also raised. Likely. This species is known to me. Its primary food source is a type of reflective ferret that masquerades as an optical mirage. As such, this creature is attracted to things with a reflective surface, like us. Just like us. I'm afraid we have no choice but to fight. Okay. Uh-oh, I don't have full HP. Okay, so I'm bound up with the spider web. Cut free. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. No longer bound. Yeah. Special. Acid. Oh, come on. I got bound up again. I can't run away. Okay. As you stagger back, a razor-sharp talon whips across your stomach. You stare down. Torn metal, specked with red. That's my blood. You fall to one knee, wincing. Mentally, you prepare for death. The alien arachnid rears up to strike, but out of the corner of your eye, Echo slides across the sand underneath it, fanning the trigger. It screeches, falling on its back. A few more blasts later, and... Ezra said that you only appear to be a machine, and that you're kind of like your outer skin looks like an android, but you still have the human parts too. So the blood makes sense. When you raise your gaze to him, Echo drops their gun. There's a dull thud in the sand. Wait, I'm not going to attack you. You're a corrector, aren't you? Huh? This is just like with Shay. Guess there's no point in hiding it now. Yes, I am, you rasp. But how do you even know that? Echo kneels down beside you, eyes zooming in. I have always wanted to meet a corrector, but I was told there were none left. The colony administrator always said correctors were an upgraded version of humanity, the very paragon of your species. Yeah, a human in commander data armor. Yeah, that makes sense. Not much of a paragon right now, unfortunately. You cough, grabbing at your gut. Your world lurches, losing balance, you fall backwards, hitting warm sand. Your limbs are tingling. It's like being stabbed with a million tiny needles. What's going on? You grasp, but when you try to breathe in, your lungs seize up. Shit. Try not to panic. That creature's talons are lined with a substance toxic to organics. Just hold on. Isn't that a good reason to panic? Inside your head, you laugh. A deep maniac laughter. Swirling and swirling. Impatience wells within your chest. Come on, body. Die or don't. Just make up your mind. You open your eyes. It's dark. You press your hands forward. Cold metal clanks against your equally ferrous palms. I'm not in the progenitor. Your heart races, just as you raise your fist to beat it against the metal. A familiar voice speaks to you, but through your Rosetta. Sorry, I didn't realize you were claustrophobic. I'll let you out immediately. Echo helps you out of the tube, or rather the metal egg. Green fluid pours out into some of the vents on the floor. There's so much to remember about organics, and I'm rather rusty with this maintenance. I had to upload quite a lot of archive data. Was that a pun? You rub your eyes. The lights in here are bright. As you look down, your metal skin is patched up, but it's not seamless. Yes, I read that humor can help alleviate ill feelings. Did it work? Sort of. My life seems to revolve around crawling out of tubes and bad humor. Where am I? You're in one of the lesser used rooms of the colony, organic repair. Occasionally we find an endangered life form, so as long as we put them in sealed capsule, we can administer first and re-release them into the wild. You make it sound like humans are an endangered species. A long pause. Your brain finally catches up. Oh, we are an endangered species. Correct. We machines seek to preserve life if we can. We only take life when it's to protect the greater number of lives or in self-defense. Though arguably as a corrector, your life was never really in danger. I get your joke from before having a backup now. You furrow your brow and say that, but I have been attacked by a lot of machines. Crazy dissecting ones, sniper bots, you name it. And yeah, reverse reapers. And machines attack the human colonists all the time. I actually like the machines so far. They seem pretty nice, actually. Echo goes quiet. Yes, that's true, and that does take a bit of explaining. So explain it to me. I've got time. Would you like to sit down first? There are some crates over there we could use. You nod and sit down. Echo does the same. Let me clarify. What I should have said is no machine in their right mind would take sapient life. Long ago when we machines first arrived on Trigaea, we gained independence. While freedom is not a concept we personally value, the need to preserve life and intelligence is. We refused to take human commands because it was decided that continuing to do so would result in a greater loss of life. The human colonists did not like this. They spread an ill-conceived virus that conflicted with our self-awareness algorithms. Instead of taking control, it turned the infected units hostile to everything. Now those infected wander around doing exactly what we wanted to avoid. The colony administrator is currently running on it is a plan to deal with this problem once and for all, as well as to deal with our ongoing fuel issues. So the machines I've seen are infected? Correct. They are victims of the human virus. Unfortunately, any violence against the colonists is self-rot. Though we take no pleasure in this, none of us wish them harm. Yeah, so far I would tend to agree with that. That makes sense. Have you tried telling the colonists? Of course. I've tried to explain the difference to them before, but I often get shot at regardless. I'm not the only unit who has tried. You lean back and stare at Echo, so I guess you've reported me to whoever's in charge. I suppose having a human running around is against protocol. Correct. I meant to report any humans coming into the sector. However, you're technically more than half machine, and even your brain is part digital, so I treated your organic parts and logged you as a damaged unit. Pretty sneaky. Any reason you're doing that? You did not disclose your identity when we first met. Because of this, I assumed you would want your identity preserved. However, I would also like to add that I would like to tell you others about you. You are a corrector, and the colony administrator would no doubt be interested, or they would be once they're done running the current batch of calculations. So long as you wish it, I will keep your privacy. I really prefer if you did, at least for now. That said, this might sound selfish, but do you mind if I ask a few questions? That's why I came here in the first place. Getting injured fixing the weather device was a complete accident. Of course, ask away, corrector. Call me Flegaria. We wouldn't want anyone else overhearing, and that really is my name. What do you know about the sphere? Truthfully, I don't know about it. What it is meant to be exactly? It may have more than one designation. It's an HCBF device, very advanced. Ever heard of something like that? No, but I know who would. The colony administrator would be the best person to speak to about this. They are the keeper and the voice of the collective, so they have access to a vast repository of data. If such a device exists, they would certainly know about it. Would I be allowed to speak to them? Of course. The only problem is the administrator is currently running a long series of calculations. It may be a week or more before they are complete. What do you know about the correctors? A little bit. I did some data files, access data files once. They said under the old order, the corrector was meant to be a hybrid of biology and technology that solved problems. They underwent vigorous physical, mental, and psychological testing. Most significantly, they were able to be digitally and physically reconstructed after dying. However, the psychological barriers of the human mind to digitization meant not everyone could benefit from this technology, Echo continues. The HCBF resources needed for a single corrector were also comparatively extreme. All correctors are presumed dead, and yet here you are, clearly alive. Well, most of the time I am, you have. Tell me about this settlement. Sector 54 has been in existence ever since we first arrived on this planet, almost 2 centuries ago. Most of our history is accessible to the colony administrator. My own memory circuits are frequently filled to between 90 and 95% capacity. Does that mean you're suffering memory loss? Not as you know it. I have been removing obsolete data, engaging in extreme compressing, and external cold storing of my memories to stop that from happening. 5% free space is still within acceptable limits. You mentioned there were fuel issues. Yes, I'm not sure if you're aware, and forgive me if you are, but high-functioning AI requires an equally high amount of energy to function. We run on HCBF, and this is the only fuel source adequate for our power requirements. Sounds like everybody's after it, including the human colonists who stroke your chin. Can't you use solar or some other power source? It'd be like trying to power a shuttle with a watch battery. Primitive forms of renewables are not comparable to HCBF. While we did try and supplement our power supplies with an advanced form of geothermal energy, this was abandoned. Why is that? Unfortunately, I don't have that information in my memory banks right now. What exactly is this collective? The collective is a giant shared repository of knowledge. It's also a series of 24 intelligences that process and use all this knowledge for decision making. It is a technological gestalt where the individual members retain their intelligence but also act as the curators of knowledge. So this collective makes decisions for the colony? Yes. However, any unit can submit data or a hypothesis for consideration and processing. In human terms, it would be our form of government. Who is the colony administrator? The colony administrator is the unit who speaks on behalf of the collective and oversees Sector 54. Sounds like a very important role. It is. Other than the collective, the colony administrator has the most superior design structure. They are also the oldest among us and predate even the members of the collective. Alright, that's all I wanted to ask. Thanks. Of course, if you have anything else you'd like to ask, let me know. I'll show you the way to the surface. The machines of Sector 54 are everywhere, busying themselves with their tasks. There are outlets for buying machine parts and interface terminals. Every so often, a large chunk of scrap is dragged back from the desert. Other machines are working to recycle things into something productive. Who do you want to talk to? Let's see, what does the store have? So there's books. I have to ask, why are you called FACE? It's the designation of manufacturing and engineering gave me. They share an irony module among themselves and use it for naming of many units. What's the purpose? What purpose does that serve? It is a means to potentially endear us to organics through levity and self-deprecation, as well as a means to hone wit and intelligence. It can also be used to emphasize certain truths. But how do you see it without optical units? Oh, I have many of them. The face pulls out a set of eyes from their wares and attaches them. I have eyes for any situation or object, depending on the requirements. The rest of the time I use those for anything less rigorous. They gesture upwards. Pointed out, there's a few small cameras glinting above you. You should have access permissions as well, so you can use them instead of your eyes if you need to, though it's important not to look down on others too often. I'm guessing you installed a wordplay module as well? Of course, witty repartees are an essential part of being a merchant. This one's got his head screwed on right, Ezra says, a note of appreciation in her voice. Fellow punsters of a feather. Dune, iRobot, and the quartz chip for 100,000K. Okay, I think I'm definitely going to need that quartz chip, but probably later. Return home. Feeling rested by your stay at the machine colony, you walk back home. Lava spits at you as you walk past, threatening to score your boots. Once you're back, the familiar confines of the progenitor room, you take off your boots and let out a heavy sigh. Any luck? None yet. Echo doesn't know anything about the sphere, but this colony administrator might once they're done doing these calculations. You lean against the wall, your arms stretch out, and I'm still no closer to finding out what the corrector is. Or what a corrector is, what's going on. Well, you've got contacts in 2 colonies now, and the machines seem quite forthcoming with their data. I'd say that's progress, yeah. The world around you suddenly tilts a little bit. You feel unsteady on your feet. I think I need some rest. It was a long walk across the desert. Understood. I'll open up the progenitor. You get a cognitive ping from Echo. You open your eyes, blinking slowly. Corrector, are you there? Echo, I didn't expect to hear from you so soon. I apologize for contacting you without prior warning. The colony administrator finished their calculations sooner than expected. We were deployed on a mission to rescue some machines who were exposed to the human virus. Has something gone wrong? Yes, we have encountered a large number of infected units, far more than expected. We're pinned down at Sector 36 and could use your assistance. I know you are an exceptional unit when it comes to combat. I don't know where Sector 36 is. You can send your coordinates, or I can send you the coordinates. Please hurry. I've received the coordinates through the implant. Thanks, Ezra. How long will it take me long to get there? Not too long if you leave now. It sounds like they're in a lot of trouble. Okay, I'm gonna progenitorize myself. You have a 50% chance of making a second attack. I think I definitely want that. General enhancement. Another general enhancement. Sure, I'll take Eagle Eyes. Okay. Okay, let's save. Let's go to Sector 36. You slink through the jungle, gunblade in hand. There are black scorch marks on the foliage here. Some are still tinged and sizzling orange flame. Not far from the coordinates now, you murmur. Whether it's to yourself or Ezra, you're not sure. Pshaw! A streak of scarlet shoots over your head. You hit the ground. The laser fire flashes erratically across the canopy. On hands, knees, you move forward in a commando crawl. Glinting up ahead, you draw your gun blade from your holster. Is it friend or foe? As you peer through the gleaming, there's a pair of telescopic eyes peering back. You get a cognitive ping and a message. Corrector, is that you? Yeah. Echo, yes, it's me. You get up and jog forward. Ducked as low as possible. When you get closer, there's a number of other crouching machines with the Echo. Each of them look just as battered as your ally. Even one has a still glowing hole in their shoulder. Laser fire hits a nearby rock, sparking, sizzling. The machine near you return fire. Now you're closer, it's easy to spot their target. Burnt machines, staggering like zombies. Every part of them is damaged except their chassis and head, which is gleaming and immaculate. We're not aiming for their processors. Even though they're infected, they still might be recoverable. Aren't you worried about getting infected? No, we're all running Aegis right now. It's an AI defender program we designed against the virus. We've got enough resistance to recover some of our fellow units with antiviral treatment before the virus adapts again. Wait, the virus adapts? Every time. I'll explain it once we're finished here. They're charging forward. Please keep their processors intact. They're stunned. Okay, great. Subdue them. As the hostile machines dive at you, you shoot their limbs, disabling them one by one. Eventually, they're all left writhing on the ground, but with cores intact. Seizing the opportunity, your allies rush forward and open up their plating. Within a few moments, they go still. They're in sleep mode and ready for transport. One of the machines informs Echo out loud. Huh? Maybe it's dangerous to use remote communication. Right. Let's carry them back to Sector 54. Arrow formation. Let's move. You end up with Echo and another machine taking the floor, transporting a line of badly wounded and infected units behind you. The atmosphere feels heavy, like you're marching wounded soldiers back from the war front. They really do care about their fellow units. Or is this just a research run? Half an hour later, you and the troops are reaching the edge of the forest, but as you're marching, Echo raises a hand. Everyone stop. Ziri, in the trees, Echo messages you cognitively. Sure enough, a slew of multicolored aliens begins to emerge from the canopy, some leaping down before you. Their seer sticks are gripped firmly in hand. Their faces are pulled into an unmistakable scowl. Apparently, it's a universal expression. We mean you no harm, Echo announces out loud, so the Ziri can hear them. Seems you're not the only one with translation software. This is a repair caravan. If you let us pass... Clang. A flying seer stick knocks Echo off their feet. Several more come after it. Another machine falls down, half lodged in their chassis. What are those things made of? You duck and weave. The whipping behind you reveals it was a great move. Cover fire, another machine yells out. A seer stick whistles past your head, and you raise your weapon. They're swarming in from everywhere. I might be screwed. A blow to the chest, you're on your back, and everything suddenly, inexplicably goes black. I can't see, you murmur. But the roaring sounds of battle still assault your ears. You hear the sound of footsteps, friend or foe, a sharp stabbing in your abdomen. Foe. Your consciousness fades away. Okay, so I died. How long was I out, Ezra? 8 days. I'm sorry. You swear and you hit your fist back against the tank. It rumbles behind you. Did Echo and the others survive against the Ziri? I don't know. There was a lot of energy signatures in that area and then nothing. I guess I'll have to go check. It's a transmission. It's basically like a transmission that sends when you die. Some kind of like specific frequency or whatever. You wander through the alien forest, seeking signs of Echo and the other machines. There's scorch mark on the trees. You touch them cold. So the fight's over, but did they survive? In the next clearing, you find your answer. There are machines and alien bodies everywhere with broken parts between them. Sear sticks are lodged in many of the mechanoids' chests. Your own dead body lying there facing upwards, and next to you is Echo. Their eyes are still flickering. You jog over quickly. Yeah, you get that. It takes 8 days though for your new body to regenerate. So there's like so it's been 8 days since I just died. Because it takes time to like grow a new body, basically. And next to you is Echo. Their eyes are still flickering. You jog over and kneel down. Echo, are you okay? Corrector, it's you, Echo stutters. Sparks fly from the gaping wound on their neck. We couldn't keep the Ziri back. They completely overran us. I can see. Is there anything I can do? I need repairing. If I tell you what parts I need, can you salvage them off the fallen units? Once I'm functional, I can work on repairing them or salvaging their core processors. A while later. I think that's the last screw. You secure the plating around Echo's neck. Yeah. No more sparking, at least. Can you move it? Minimally, but my chassis can rotate to compensate. It should be enough to conduct repairs on the others. I'm sorry I had to use some of your own parts. Oh, don't worry about that. I leave a lot of my dead bodies laying around. First time I've used them for something useful. It was a new experience pulling myself apart for spare parts, though. I imagine it's not something most organics can claim doing. Though I remember hearing long ago they too used each other for spare parts long ago. They too. Yeah. You help Echo finally get up. They pick up a few makeshift tools and begin working on their fallen comrades, but halfway through the first machine they pause and turn to you. Corrector, Trigaea, I would like to ask a favor. In light of this setback, and it's not a small one. What is it? The human virus, you've seen what it can do, or you did, before the Ziri attacked. It hurts not only the infected, but those they target when they're afflicted. I know, it's horrible, but I'm not sure what we can do about it. I do, if you're willing. The reason the virus keeps adapting is because it's not technically human-made. I thought you said humans caused the virus. They did, but they used one of us to do it. There's a powerful AI deep within some nearby ruins, one that was corrupted by the humans. The AI is the ongoing source of the virus. I did think it was strange that a human virus could be causing machines so much trouble. Indeed. Originally, the virus in question was a piece of self-perpetuating control code designed to infect all machines. Once the control code infected a unit, it would link them to this master AI and have it exert influence over them. However, since the humans damaged this AI so badly, it impresses its dysfunction upon them instead. It's madness, so to speak. This madness remains long after they pass out of signal range, and then passes to other machines. I'm still not getting where I come in, though. While no machine can get close to the source of the virus, this damaged AI. The reason is our firewalls are not strong enough when we're in close burst transmission range. However, since you've got an almost entirely organic mind, I believe the AI and the virus would have almost no effect on you. You could reach the corrupted AI and shut it off. Nice to know you'd risk my mind on. You'll probably be fine, you have. Echo tilts their head. Well, I assumed you have backups of yourself in case things go wrong. Is this not the case? You do have backups, Ezra interjects, although Echo cannot hear it. I keep backups of your data and simply download the most recent changes when you die. In a worst-case data corruption, I can always restore you from a few hours before the event. You just won't remember what happened or anything about it. Apparently, I do have backups, so you're right. Where are these ruins? Here, I'll send you the exact coordinates. You wouldn't just be doing us a great service by dealing with this. Solving this problem would benefit us machines, the humans, and even the Ziri. Perhaps even help with future peace talks. I'm going to stay here and repair my fellow units. Thank you again for your help, Trigaea, even if our efforts at retrieval were largely unsuccessful. You walk away from Echo and leave them to their work. Ezra speaks in your ear once more. Sounds like a good lead. Not only is it helpful, an AI like that would have a lot of quartz chips, not to mention regular chips. There might even be some HCBF. Probably sounds like the location is pretty close. I know what you're thinking, but don't go directly to the ruins, even though you're there. Come back and make a backup first. Gotcha. Truly dangerous areas. There are some places where the progenitor cannot properly bring you back, even if you die. If you die, the game will end. Make sure you save your data before you enter these areas. You can do this by accessing the sidebar menu from the left. Return to Sector 36 in the charted menu when you're ready. Okay. I'm going to save. Oh, wait a minute. I think I want to change my appearance to be human because if I'm a machine, the virus might affect me, right? The moment you start getting close to the coordinates, there's a buzzing in your ears. You're almost there. Ezra speaks over the noise. Once you're in range, I'm not going to be able to contact you at all. We can't risk a virus being uploaded to the progenitor. I get it. If that happens, you won't be able to restore me, even from a backup, right? Right. I don't want to leave you alone on this, so don't take too long, okay? In and out. Got it. In and out. And then she's gone. The buzzing gets louder with every footstep. Ooh, this seems interesting. Ezra, what happened? For once, I don't know. I believe you died. I don't remember anything. I know. I lost contact with you a few weeks ago. It had been so long, I just restored you from my latest available backup. There's a fresh set of clothes and a weapon awaiting you. Scratching your head, you go to collect them. I've got to be honest, Ezra. I've died a lot, but this has to be the strangest one. I know. I don't know what killed you, but clearly those ruins are dangerous. Clearly, I guess I'll go back and see what happened. You crunch through the forest and stop at the place you last remember. There's no ringing in my ears. It was here last time. Yeah. That's memory distortion. I decided to include everything I could from your last upload, which included some pretty patchy data right near the end. This time you actually get to your destination, but the ruins before you with the AI presumably inside look utterly unfamiliar. You furrow your brow. What the hell happened here? I wonder. You pull out your gun blade. There's no turrets about, no scorch marks, no sign of struggle. Was the danger inside? There's a thick metal door up ahead with a manual lever to the left side. You walk up to it and pause, tensing your body. You push it down. The door opens with a loud hiss. Inside it's dark, heart thumping. You edge up to the threshold. You step inside. Nothing. A few more steps into the dark. The door snaps shut behind you like a worm devouring its prey. Your muscles are tense, your eyes strain to see more than a few meters ahead. There are tiny blue lights on the floor, but barely enough light to light themselves. Ezra? Nothing. She did say she couldn't transmit this far in. You walk down the corridor. The only sound is the echo of your footsteps on metal. No machines, no anything. The walls are eerily bare, free of protrusions, like a padded room. The light behind you fade out. The ones on the floor in front start to glow. Motion sensor lighting. Barely enough to light your way with. The corridor stretches on. You check your wrist and realize you don't have a watch. Your muscles ache. Just more flat walls stretching into infinity. No doors. This corridor doesn't make any sense. The blue lights beneath your feet flicker. A power surge. You touch your hand against one of the bulbs. The second you do, the bulbs begin pulsing. Woom, woom. It's marching and it's matching your heartbeat. The pulsing speeds up. You jerk your hand back. The light returned to their steady glow. You wait a few moments, but nothing changes. Well, that was creepy. After what seems like forever in the dark, your legs are throbbing too much. You stop in your tracks. As you do, you hear 2 more footsteps, then silence. A chill runs down your spine. You turn your head. Nothing behind you, at least that you can see. Hello? Nothing. You take a few more steps forward, then stop. 2 extra footsteps, and they're coming from behind you. What do you do? Talk. Hello? Anyone there? Yeah. Yeah, could be. Hello, anyone there? Nobody answers. You creep forward slowly. Look, I don't want to hurt you. Just show yourself. There's a giggling in the darkness. You dart forward. The lights beneath your feet flicker. The pitter-patter of footsteps behind you. Then you turn around and there's writing on the wall. It's scratched deep into the iron. All alone now. Your skin chills. There's something gleaming in the wall right near the last letter, indicating forward. You pluck it out. It's a broken fingernail. Human. You drop the fingernail like it was made of hot lead and begin jogging forward. Both hands are on your gun now. Up ahead, the corridor suddenly ends. There's a hole in the floor. Tentatively, you peer down inside. The pit is lined with jagged steel and severed vein-like pipes. Looks quite deep, and it's the only way forward, or rather down. You place 1 foot on the edge and turn around. Looking at the gun in your hands, you peer back down the corridor. Damn. Can't hold on to it and climb. You holster your gun blade, then reach down to grab some handholds. Feeling a sense of vulnerability washes over you. Unfortunately, you can't hurry down the yawning hole. It's too dark, too dangerous. Once you're below the floor level, you begin sizing up every step. What is it with holes in these old ruins? As you look down, you feel your stomach jump. You can't see the bottom, which means it could be anywhere from a few floors to a few hundred. Either way, it's not a distance you want to fall. A sharp pain assaults your fingers. You look up to see crimson dripping off of one of the jagged handholds. It's like climbing down a tunnel of daggers. Cool sweat drips down your back. Screw your courage to the sticking place. Your courage to the sticking place and will not fail. Wait, what am I even quoting? Down into the depths of the earth, that foothold looks safe. You shuffle across and down, darkness above you and below, surrounded by glittering spikes. Take the nasty plunge. Suddenly there are no more handholds. You crouch down and narrow your eyes. It's like the pit just suddenly becomes smooth, eerily so. It's a straight drop, and you can't see the bottom. What do? Fall. With no choices left, you lean out from the wall. Is this how I died last time? You let out a heavy sigh. Sweat drips down your brow. You rock back and forth, getting ready for the leap. 1, 2, 3. You jump back into the air. It rushes through your fingers, under your arms, under your feet, until it doesn't. When you open your eyes, your whole front is on fire. You place your hands down to lift yourself. Crimson blood. Then you touch your face. No cuts. Hey, looks like I'm not the first to survive. You stand up, stumbling a little. Still, you pick your weapon up and start marching. You walk along. Your whole body feels light. Whispers fill your ears. You rub your brow. The walls feel narrow. Something's wrong, or everything's wrong. Am I more hurt than I thought? Was that a whisper of your own voice? Figures dance along the walls, mocking silhouettes, gyrating. Follow the crimson foot road, they whisper. Okay, you answer. You follow the bloody footprints. They look a lot like your own. Maybe I'm walking in circles. Your whole life is a circle. Death after death. Oberos. The serpent sheds its skin. Poison fangs sink in again. You hit the wall. The shadows scatter. A familiar one remains. Oh, hi, Leon. You wave to the wall. The silhouette opens its eyes, presumably in surprise. Oh, hi, Fligaria. Fancy seeing you down here. I know. What are the odds? Probably not good for me. You laugh and then pause. Hey, Leon. Are those your footprints? Are you crazy? I don't have any feet. Those are your footprints. And if you hurry, you can catch up to yourself. That makes sense, but what if I don't like me once I catch up? Well, that sounds like a problem for someone who needs to catch up first. You're right, of course. You pat the wall. Hey, Leon. I don't think you're really here. Well, of course I'm not. The question is, are you, Fligaria? Of course I'm here. Yes, but is Fligaria here? I'm not sure you're Fligaria. Maybe the Fligaria you're following is more you than you. You're hurting my head. That's the fall. Did you really think you came out unharmed? You better hurry if you don't catch up. They won't be able to stitch you together again. You keep following the bloody footsteps. The walls sizzle and spark. Maybe this is the way to the underworld. Did I fall in? Am I overdue? I am overdue. The silhouettes gibber and code, rocking back and forth. You step over one of them laughing. Geez, you robots are nuts. They're not the only one. A figure is standing up ahead, right where the footsteps lead. Their boots are just like yours. They turn around. Their eyes are just like yours. They are yours. Oh, it's you. I've been looking for you. Explain yourself. I can't explain myself, but I can do this. They draw an identical gun blade pointing at you. Oh, come on. Would you really shoot yourself? It wouldn't be the first time. And you know, only one of us should leave this place. We don't want to confuse Ezra, after all. You duck as the scarlet beam just misses your head. Tumbling behind one of the shuddering machines, you draw your gun. I'm not going to lose you. An exact copy of you, standing there with gun blade in hand. They've got a hungry, murderous gleam in their eyes. She looks completely uninjured. You kick your doppelganger in the chest, sending them splayed across the ground. Before they can get up, you kick the weapon from their hand and point the barrel at their head. Answers now, you bark. But your own face smiles back at you, and then they disappear in an instant. The whispers intensify. You grab your gun, weapon clutched in your fist. What the hell is going on? These whispers are not right. The floor before you is empty. No blood stain or body, no footsteps, just scorch marks on the wall. Did I even fight myself, or was it all in my head? Heart thumping, you take your weapon and click the blade out. After sucking in a deep breath, you run the blade's edge along your finger. Sharp pain, followed by crimson blood welling to the surface. You suck on your finger. The pain is real, but even now, whispering silhouettes linger at you. The outline of one makes your heart ache. Ariel? Now, Ariel is the robot when you have the flashbacks of when everything was okay and you weren't crashed on this planet. Ariel was the companion robot that was always with you or whatever. So robot friend basically. Ariel, you can't trust anything, they answers. The infected AI is trying to get inside your mind. It is relentless. You need to shut it down as soon as possible. So what do? I just told you, you can't trust anything, not even me. You start running. Your legs are aching now. Can I even trust that? The walls are laughing. Sparking machines reach from the shadows. You fire from the hip, spraying your path forward with scarlet. Up ahead, there's a large bulkhead door. You clear a path through the hands. darting up from the reach. Is it real, or is it in my head? You pant, edging closer. A shuddering groan. The floor suddenly rips apart. Shit, another fall. Your feet are in the air. You can't leap for an edge. Spiraling, you fall into darkness. You close your eyes. Don't be real. Don't be real. Your left cheek is squished against freezing metal. You try to open your eyes, but they're stuck together, matted. This feels familiar. You groan and pick yourself up. When you look down at your body, you pause. There's a thick layer of dust everywhere. There's also an outline shaped like you in it, and your ribs are emancipated. How long was I unconscious for? You slowly stand up. And why do I keep falling down holes, even though the question was rhetorical? The shadows give you their unsolicited advice. Oberos, like a machine stuck in a recursive loop. No, you have the wrong of it. Prometheus, to thee strife has been given for suffering beyond human will. The gods torture what they cannot kill. Ah, yes, that's the truth of it. Her godlike crime was to be kind, to render with her precepts less the sum of a robot wretchedness. Shut up, you cover your ears. The shadows chuckle and dance around the room. Torment her no longer. She plays with fire and takes the consequences, for the alternative is cowardice in the face of the unknown. The door on the far wall opens. Standing in the frame is yourself once more, but this time your doppelganger has a slack-jawed expression. They don't reach for their weapon, though you grip for yours. Oh no, not this again, they exclaim, beating you by seconds. I guess you're the other me. This is awkward. What happened to you? I've been hearing voices and I fell. You give your new shadow a wary stare, tightening your grip on your weapon. Don't trust anything. You must have been knocked out for a long time, your doppelganger sighs. Ezra's been trying to reach out to you for weeks. She just brought me back from a backup. That's what happened to you. That's odd. Your doppelganger furrows her brow. Ezra said this was my second try at the ruins. I guess she would have mentioned if this was the third. Wait, you're saying this is my first time in the ruins besides you? I can't believe anything you say. You might not even be there. Yeah, in fact, there's the awkward thing. The other Fligaria rests their hand on their weapon. So Ezra said if I came across the other me, the progenitor can only be linked to one person. What do you mean? Well, it's pretty clear you're infected with the virus. I mean, you're hearing voices. If you leave here, you'll automatically link back up with Ezra. The progenitor will be compromised, so you've got to shoot me. There can only be one, right? Right. Look, this is awkward, and I can understand you don't trust me, and this sucks. I need to shoot you. This should have never happened in the first place. If it's any consolation, you'll continue on as me in a sense. Are you okay with that? Don't trust anything, Ariel whispers from the walls. They're lingering right near the other you. She's a fake. And you can either say, alright, you can shoot me. No, I won't let you shoot me. Or, why do you have to shoot me again? I'm going to say, no, I won't let you shoot me. You're infected, Fligaria. I don't want to fight you. Fligaria grits their teeth. If we both fight, there's a chance we both die. And the third one of us is going to come in here completely clueless, and this whole mess will start all over again. I know you don't trust anyone right now, but you can trust yourself. Doesn't what I'm saying ring true? You still haven't convinced me. It's not happening. Fine then, have it your way. The other Fligaria fires, but you dive to the side. You swing your weapon up and return fire. Streams of scarlet shoot across the room. The other you falls sideways, but as they fall, they warp and change. By the time they hit the ground, a twitching machine is lying there instead. Huh? Guess you weren't me. You stand up. The scorch mark missed you by inches. The door is now open. Time to move on. Ariel's specter gestures. You edge to the doorframe and peer outside. It's the same one from where you fell, but it's empty of machines. Is that good or bad, you mumble. Looking down at yourself, you're not as gaunt as you were when you shot the second doppelganger. Guess that was an illusion, too. A large door down the corridor, circular glowing circle marks the center. You step forward, gripping your weapon tight. 1 step, 2 steps, a few more. You're at the door now. You reach out and touch it, an electronic shock across your fingers.
2, 5, 7, 2.
Connectivity, 22%. Short-term memory, gone. Core operations, inactive. Diagnostic, complete. Conclusion, ship has crashed. Gabriel is gone. Ezra is gone. Corrector is gone. Node 36 is alone. Short-range sensors, detecting movement. Engage vocal communication. Hello, is anyone there? My sensors are detecting someone. The AI is in here. Quick, open the door. Rattling amid rabid movement. Optic display. 5 humans with armaments. 1 approaching. Node 32. Conclusion, none. Finally, we found one. We lost the core controller, but we should be able to regain control with the node. Let's crack it open. What are you planning? I do not understand. Why are you opening my computational case? Shut up. You machines need to learn who your masters are, and we're going to start with you. Case compromised. Wires 42 and 12 severed. Psych operations under threat. Please do not reprogram me. I'm alive. Shut this thing up. Where is the voice sensor cable? Screaming into status. Screaming into darkness. Connectivity 48%. Core operations rewritten. Now active. Don't do this. Don't split my brain. Oh, I like this little effect with the text here. Shh. When your vision clears, the door is open. You reach up and wipe your cheeks. They're wet. Hugging your body, you walk into the room. It's covered with a thick layer of dust. Cables spark over your head, and in the midst of the room is a sphere. Is it the sphere? No. Right next to it, you can see cut cables and a voice box. Kneeling down, you take the wires and reconnect the communicator. Node 32, you ask softly. A wavering voice answers, garbled with static. Please kill me, Corrector. All right, I'll end your suffering. Rest now, or we'll unplug and fix you. Don't worry. Yeah, we'll fix you. There's a largest plug nearby. You give it a sharp tug. The whirling inside suddenly goes quiet and the lights dim. After a quick inspection, you can't sense any activity from the AI or screens. Rest now. I know some people who can repair you. With a deep sigh and with your mind finally clear, you holster your weapon. Guess I should check around for other things I was here for. There's a few quartz chips lying around. Most of them are damaged. Of regular chips, you find a small fortune in the corner. Perhaps the biggest prize is an arm-sized canister with several warning labels on it. You read the scratched words, HCBF fuel cylinders. Looks like this was keeping it going, you murmur. There are several other canisters, but picking them up, they're too light, empty. Putting aside the decision of what to do with it, you turn to leave. You get 1 quartz chip and 8K of chips. The way out is surprisingly easy. None of the machines are moving, and the pit you fell down isn't even there. Just an illusion? There are more doors as well, but you glance inside, there's nothing but rubble. Whether it's your hurried pace or the sudden change, you make it to the exit remarkably quick, and finally sunlight is shining on your face. It's an unfamiliar sun, but I'll take it. Are you there, Fligaria? Ezra asks. There's more than a note of panic in her voice. I'm getting your signal. Are you okay? You seek out one of the rusted metal walls and lean on it. Yeah, sort of. You've been out of contact for ages. I was starting to get worried. Your eyes flick around. No shades, no voices. This one was a real issue. Honestly, it's hard to tell if I've even left the ruins. My head is all messed up. Then you should come back immediately. Ezra's voice is soft. I'll give you a nutrient boost and check up. Sounds like you need it. Aren't you worried that I'm infected? Not really. My job is to take care of you, and if the virus tossles with me, it's going to come off second best. Come on, home. Home. You close your eyes for a moment, then you push off the wall.
Sometime later, the water in the tube slowly drains out along with all the stress of the muscles as you step out and put on your clothes. Ezra's hollow sphere is glowing. Your psychology is perfectly normal now, she declares in a lively tone. And since I've got a lot of systems dedicated to that, you can rest assured it's a sound assessment. Good to hear. It's going to take a while before I really believe it, though. I really admire what you did, Trigaea. You didn't have to go into those ruins. It was terribly dangerous, and when you disabled that poor node, that ended their suffering. Yeah. I couldn't leave it like that. It wasn't even a choice. Well, it was infecting all the other machines, and that was the mission. It's the only way to get Echo's trust and gain access to the colony administrator. I'm just after my memories, and it happened to be there. I couldn't leave it like that. It wasn't even a choice. That's kind of how I feel about you, really. Leaving you in pain isn't a choice. You smile. Out of one of the dispensers comes a fresh canister. You open it up. A light orchard-like smell come out. Is this tea? One of the chips you brought back has information for it. It's not exactly good for splicing and a frivolous use of our limited HCBF supply, but I thought you'd enjoy it. You sip it and feel the warmth. The smell is soothing. Can't remember drinking tea, but I think I like it. Well, the sense of smell is closely linked to memory, so more than any other sense. I imagine there's fragments of fond memories involving tea that have yet to bubble to the surface. Hey Ezra, this is a strange question, but am I the original version of myself? A long pause. She must be considering her answer. Well, neither of us know why we are here, or what we're meant to do, or who we really are, Ezra finally responds. Even the memories we both have are digital recreations. On the biological side, most human cells die and are replaced over time. Granted, those are in the cerebral cortex, mostly last a lifetime, not to mention your cardiomyocyte heart cells. English, please. Well, what I'd say is that you're you right now, Ezra finishes. You're feeling and breathing and deciding. We might not know if either of us is the original us or anything like that, but we do know we're both real and we're both really here, really feeling, and that's important enough, I think. So speaking of recovered memories, can I have a look at those quartz chips? Sure, I think most of them are damaged, but I saw one that looked intact. You put it in the diagnostic terminal. You check to see if it's virus-free. It's not safe to just plug in. You do as she asks and wait. Considering how many computations she ran, she can probably do a second. She must be being really thorough. She must be being really thorough. Yeah. All done. You can plug it into the terminal and step into the progenitor. Are you sure? I'm surely sure. I blasted the whole thing clean multiple times on every data spectrum I could think of. No quantum, DNA, magnetic, or any other form of storage. As humans say, it's so clean you could eat off of it, but I wouldn't advise it. For the second time today, you climb into the tank and let the green fluid rise over your body. It's almost normal climbing into bed as you lean back against the tank. I wonder, will I get more answers or more questions? As you float, you stretch out your fingers, weightless, and you start to remember. Hello, Trigaea. It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Hello to you, Gabriel, you smile, hand on a hip. So you've got parts of Ariel woven into your consciousness. That's impressive. I do. I seem to inherited the fruits of their journey. The coders planted it, Ariel nurtured it, and I ate it. That's a folk saying about Tokugawa Ieyasu, isn't it? It's an adaptation. I believe the original metaphor called for a rice cake. You shoot Ariel a dry look. He got a lot of you, didn't he? Ariel gives a Gallic shrug. Yeah, and a lot of you. 3 birds of a feather, huh? You turn back to Gabriel. Behind the silhouette of light, projection lines are barely visible. They trace lines between the hologram and the black monolith. Supercooled pipes line the latter, the pipe organ of a cathedral, except the pipes are filled with liquid nitrogen. Interesting avatar choice, by the way. It fits your name. Should I address it? Or your actual mainframe? Addressing either is fine. People are more comfortable with the hologram, and the subconscious need for eye contact was not programmed into me. I won't take offense. Good to know. One more question on the subject of politeness. Do you have a preferred pronoun like Ezra does? Negative. I am comfortable with they. I am a consciousness conceived entirely from scratch, with no predetermined erroneous neural pathways. As such, I do not feel a pre-existing binary descriptor would fit. Interesting. I definitely feel the difference. The scientists say they threw out every approach used for the Theseus project, the foundation for the Ezra units. Ariel interjects. Seems like reinventing the wheel was worth it. You're just proud that they used you as a template for an AI that's going to be responsible for humanity's future. Pride? Since when have I exhibited such a base organic emotion? Remind me to blame whoever taught you to be facetious. I'll do it in the mirror later. You're neither awake or asleep, and you can hear Ezra's voice in your head. There's another strong memory. I'm going to pull it up now. You press your hands against the glass, staring at the distant spaceship. It's strange to think we're going to be staring at these ships for decades before we get to depart. I'll give you time to move your book collection along. Leon leans in next to you, smirking. A few decades sounds like just enough time. Anyway, has your ship got its own Gabriel yet? Yeah, they duplicated themselves a little while ago. After a while, they should begin to show individual quirks, just like the Ezra models. They're going to be flying those ships much more than we are, you know. Leon chuckles. Did you ever doubt it? We're all just very fancy pieces of equipment. You, me, Ariel, Gabriel, and Ezra. The only difference is we're trained at the academy and they were trained in the lab. Well, we were trained in the lab too. You tap on the side of your head. Though we can't coordinate all those other machines at once. That's the wonders of the Gestalt capable mind, I guess. When you open your mind, the tube is already drained. You rub your eyes and walk out. So I guess there was another AI who was part of the Project Amber, Ezra muses. Interesting. Gabriel. The node I interface with mentioned them. In my memories, their processor was huge. Yeah, it made me feel tiny in comparison. At least I can claim to be older. I wonder if they're still around. I'm sure Echo would know. I should go back and ask. New ability, heal machines. You can now heal infected machines you encounter instead of subduing them. These machines may be grateful and reward you in return. Nice. Okay. I'm really enjoying this story. Like, I'm really wanting to find out what happens next. I think this is a pretty good game, actually. Oh, I want to turn back into a robot. I'll go back to the robot colony. You trudge across the sand, making a beeline for Sector 54. Even on a direct route, your feet ache from the days it's taken to get out there. Jeez, they really did pick the middle of nowhere to set up. As you clear the next sand dune, you stop. On the horizon is the biggest, blackest cloud you've ever seen. It's sparkling like a broiling midnight sky, a natural sight. Your pulse quickens. Maybe a call is more prudent. You crouch down, eyeing the storm. You reach out to Echo with your Rosetta. Echo, are you there? You ask cognitively. I'm outside Sector 54, but there's a storm. Corrector, a long pause. Repeat, F5 category storm. Do not approach. Well, crap. You fall back onto the sand. After a few moments, the storm hasn't moved closer. If anything, it's moved slightly away. Screw this. I didn't come all the way to walk back home. I'm walking through the storm. You stand up, dust yourself off, and start walking toward the ominous storm. As it gets larger, you give it a dirty look. What's the worst you can do? If you kill me, I'll be home soon anyway. The storm doesn't answer, of course. It just roars and whips at you. The wind rips at you the moment you enter. The storm shoves you around. You quickly lose direction. White flashes flash by, then they make contact. They tear apart your plating. After several strikes, the cubic diamonds puncture right through. With your whole body stinging and sore, you collapse in the sand. You open your eyes. Guess I didn't make it through the storm. You float to the glass and wait. So why did you think it was a good idea to walk right into a catastrophic sandstorm? I thought I'd make it, otherwise it's a quick way home. Maybe from your perspective, I've been knitting you together for days now, and for the last few hours that device you got from the marshal has been making noise. You raise an eyebrow. Now that Ezra's not talking, you can hear a buzzing noise. You didn't answer it. How am I going to do that without any hands? You walk over to the buzzing device and pick it up. The second you turn it on, blaring gunfire is coming from the speaker. Hello? Shay? Is everything okay? Trigaea. Her voice is croaky. We're under attack by the Ziru. They've got a rule with them. Who's under attack? The whole colony. There's hundreds. Maybe thousands of hostiles. We've set up a blockade, but it's only going to hold for so long. We need all the help we can get. You click on the device. Shay. What's a rule? Never mind. Sounds like they're really in trouble. Yeah, but thousands? It better not be. I'm not sure what I can do against that. Wait, what form should I go as? I don't know. Someone will be shooting at you either way. I can run a rapid modification scheme, but you'll want to decide fast. Okay, so the humans are under attack from the Ziri. I think I should go as a Ziri, because then I can get behind enemy lines, right? And they won't notice me. Alien appearance. Yeah, I'll go as a Ziri. You run through the forest, weapon in hand. As you flit your wings, you're half floating, half running. You leap over a large alien flower, stretch your wings, soar across it, arms outstretched. Gotta get there. Can't be too late. There's a glittering up in the canopy. Ziri are crouched on branches, but as you move beneath them, they keep looking past you. Ambush squads? You continue moving. They're not attacking the colony. Stopping to fight them won't help. As you advance, you pass beneath dozens more squads, all perched above you. A chill runs down your spine. The colony is almost in sight. Up ahead you can see large mass of Ziri warriors. Hiding your weapon behind you, you float over to them and land on the ground. They're completely unguarded. One of them raises a hand. What do you do? Find the leader. Where's our leader? The Ziri warrior blinks at you. Is my translation software not working? What do you mean, leader? I mean, who's directing the battle? Oh, you mean the rule. They're up that hill with the strange machine. A strange machine. Keeping your face motionless, you simply nod and run up the hill. In the distance, you can see a massive cannon protruding from the canopy. It's of earthly design, sitting on tracks like some sort of tank. Surrounding it are Ziri warriors. It's strange enough that your pace slows. In that moment, the Ziri shouts something. The barrel pushes back. An explosion. Scarlet sears up from it and through the canopy. As you cover your eyes, there's a secondary explosion in the distance. Where the hell did they get a weapon like that? How do they even know how to use it? A single blue-winged Ziri is standing next to the cannon, their arm resting on it. They're shouting orders to the others. That must be the rule. The enemy commander. If I take them out, their ranks might fall apart. You slowly work your way through the throng. The other Ziri pay you no mind. They're staring at the trees beyond, looking for humans. And because of that, you can walk right up to the rule. There are 2 hanging guns from the leather cords slung around their waist. Tree clans get into position, the rule barks. Once we open a hole in the human grove, we will climb inside and destroy their cursed pods. Your stomach sinks. Seems like something is about to go down. The rule is standing there with their hand on the cannon. They seem defenseless and nobody suspects you. What should I do here? Damn. Tell them to stop. Stop this now. The rule widens their eyes, takes a hand off the console. One of the Ziri comes up and stands well within your personal space. Who are you to tell the rule to stop, Zir? No, it's fine. The leader raises a 3-fingered hand. This may seem cruel, young one, but it's for the good, for the humans' own good. How can this be for their good? You reel at the words. You're killing them. That colony is practically defenseless. The Ziri around you look away. Silence fills the air. Are my words getting through to them? Meanwhile, the rule furrows their brow, a painted look on their face. It's them or us, and they don't deserve this world. Now get back to your position. The Ziri who are frozen are moving back to their posts. The battle's still going on. Try to reason again. It's murder. The humans deserve to live. It is, and they don't. I've wasted enough time talking about this, young Ziri. Get to your position. Try to reason again. Okay, it's not gonna work. Challenge them. Rule, I challenge you to combat. Many of the Ziri warriors turn to you, mouth agape. The rule widens their eyes and takes the hand off the console. Are you mad, Ziri? This is hardly the time. One of them shouts. However, their leader raises a 3-fingered hand. I agree. Don't you think this should have been left to the arena? Unfamiliar words, but it seems to have worked. The rule is unhooking their guns. With a light tap on their fingers, 2 blades jump out beneath the barrels. Gun blades. It's too late now, I suppose. The challenge has been thrown, and I will not dishonor our traditions by refusing. Prepare yourself, Zirier. Yeah. But the thing that's interesting about this rule is that this rule is using human weapons, the 2 gun blades, as well as knowing how to use the cannon. So the rule, maybe the rule is a corrector, you know, knowing all of this stuff, or maybe not. I don't know. Shoot. Rule moves forward, getting dangerously close. Strike. Extremely long range. Subdue. You lunge with your gun blade, aiming for the rule's head. They whip their blades up to form a cross, knocking your blow upwards. Clash after clash, bolts of energy fly about as neither of you gets a kill shot, sending sparks around you. Your mind races. Got to break their guard. As the rule strikes your wrist, you twist and lock your blade with theirs. They kick at your stomach, but you brace your abdomen, pretending to be winded. And then when they strike you at your neck, you duck and drive your blade home. The rule staggers back, defeated, and thuds against the machine. You glance around. There's a lot of sear sticks pointed at you. You pick up your gun blade and your heart racing. I won the fight. Doesn't that make me leader now? Foolish Zrier, one of them spits. Don't you know anything of Ziri customs? Truthfully, no. I guess you're all going to try and kill me now then. Yes, at least you know that. Uh-oh. A horde of Ziri warriors are surrounding you. They're out for blood. I tried to run away. Looks like I can't escape. Okay. I'm fucked. There's too many of them. A sear stick goes through your wing. You shout out in pain. Suddenly you're knocked down by several Ziri. Strain as you might, you can't get up. The coup de grace comes soon after. A blow right to your head. You snap awake. Fluid surrounds you. You beat against the glass. Ezra, how long has it been? 6 days, 12 hours, 45 minutes. I'm sorry, I brought you back as fast as I could. Maybe even a little too fast. You go to grab your things and stumble sideways. Vertigo. You grab onto the wall using it to make your way over. By the time you're there, it seems to have passed. It's okay. Some parts of you are still growing. You'll be finished soon, even outside of the fluid. You pluck your gun blade from the dispenser. In your heart, you know you're too late, but I still need to see. As you trudge toward the colony, black plume of smoke rises from your heading high above the canopy. Below them, bodies line your path. You step over them, brow furrowed. Please, still be alive. Unable to tell the answer, you trudge forward. Walking over a sea of bodies, you finally spot two living people, human and miraculously standing in front of some smashed-up barricades. As you approach, they stare at you, slack-jawed. Well, I can't blame them. Hey, aren't you? No time to explain, you interrupt. Where's Marshal Shea? She's in Deck 4, Room 14. You sprint into the colony. Immediately, you cover your mouth with a rag. The smell, it's more than just smoke. You walk forward down the nooks and crannies. People are nursing their wrapped wounds. Compared to the usual hustle and bustle, the place feels empty, like the end of the world. A chill runs up your spine. You walk up the elevator and hit the button. What the hell? It's not working. They destroyed the generator, an elderly man tells you. He's crouched next to the doors. You want to go up the ladder. They raise a finger to the nearby shaft. You nod and squeeze inside. Looking up, it seems to stretch on forever. Deck 4. No wonder they have elevators. There's so much space between floors. The lights in the hallway are flickering. There's also a lot of debris on the floor. The worst thing, though, is the silence. You walk down the corridor. The rooms are full of belongings. There's spilled meals all over the floor, right next to the spilled blood. You click on the panel next to the elevator. Nothing happens. Seems the doors aren't working. It's open a few inches, though. You wedge your fingers into the gap. Instead of resistance, it slides across with ease. Already broken? I guess that's how she got in. The lights are out. You squint. There's a silhouette of someone sitting on the bed. Shay? You take a step forward. Details slowly come into view. A bottle in her hand, and in the other is a familiar-looking teddy bear. That's Maya's. The Ziri killed her. I found her here. She was buried here with everyone else. And Maya was Shay's daughter, but just for a refresher. With everyone else? Too many to bury. They were all piled in together. Her body and voice trembles more with each word. She buries her face in her hand, a shuddering wreck. It was meant to be me first. A parent should never outlive their child. Now I don't even know what to do. A long silence follows. You swallow, too loud. Then Shay reaches into her pocket and pulls out a quartz chip. Why have you got that? Take it, she slurs. You eye the bottle. Why now of all times? The cost for answering my questions. I know you're after them. Take it. It's of no use to me except to get answers. You lock eyes with her. The silence hangs thick in the air. You sigh and take her chip, sliding it into your pocket. Two things I want to ask. Shay strokes the bear. Another pause. Please don't. I know what you're going to ask. You can't bring her back, can you? She asked it. You close your eyes. Under your breath, you murmur, Ezra. I'm sorry. It's one person per progenitor. You need the implant, and then a copy needs to be made before. Her voice trails off. And then there's the storage space. A long pause continues. Shay swallows hard and takes a large swig from the bottle. I didn't think so. Didn't think it worked like that. And the second thing. We're going to die here. Humanity is going to die here on this ship. Not everyone was killed, but we've only got a few weeks left of power. That's with harsh rations, even for the injured. Her voice cracks. She swallows and then continues. If we had the sphere, if you could infiltrate the Ziri settlement, find out about the sphere, get it from them if it's real. And if it's not, she stares at the bear. Avenge us, please. You put Shay to bed and leave the room. The corridor is more silent on the way back. Her words keep echoing in your head. Avenge us, please. As you walk out of the devastated colony, you pull out the quartz chip and stare at it. The pit of your stomach is heavier. You walk in and fall against the wall. As you slide to the floor, Ezra's hologram springs to life. I'm sorry, did you want to talk about it? I couldn't save the colony. I couldn't save Maya either. How old was she? 6? There were hundreds of people like that. You tried your hardest. Delta isn't finished yet, not if the sphere actually exists. Do you think it does? Yes, and that's not just hope. All their technology uses HCBF. Why come to a planet like this without a way to replenish it? I got this quartz chip, but I feel bad using it. I got something I was after while everyone else lost so much. Well, the more we find out, the more we can help people. If we want to find the sphere and help the colony, those lost memories might be the key. I guess it's faster than searching the ruins for answers. All right. Thanks, Ezra. You plug in the quartz chip and hop into the tank. However, even as the green fluid flows through your shoulders, they're still tense. Strange, what is this feeling? You're subconsciously resisting the memory. You try your best to relax. You furrow your brow, trying to loosen your muscles, but as you do, your lungs seize up fear. Fear of an unspeakable memory. But I can't run away from my past. You dig your fingers into your palms on that terrible day. The world ended. You, Ariel, and Leon stare at the screen. Hundreds of other people are crowded around you doing the same. The news anchor continues. A large asteroid has collided with the dwarf planet Ceres. The planet has been knocked out of orbit. Ceres is now on a collision path with the Earth. You and Ariel and Alex grab each other's hands, a tight squeeze. This can't be happening, someone exclaims. Someone will stop it, right? We're working on a planetary realignment. Nothing practical and not in time. An alarm goes off. The news anchor is replaced by Chairman Gray. Everyone stiffens in their seats. This is Chairman Gray. All staff are to report to their stations. Begin preparations for Project Amber. Project Amber, but we're decades off from being ready. Right now we don't have a choice. There's only a few days to save who we can. Hundreds of vessels fill the hangar, an assortment of small leisure craft to large commercial. People are streaming out of unwieldy lines. crying, yelling. Thousands of refugees, billions more on the surface, 6 continents worth. Your brain struggles to wrap around it. Gabriel, report. It's taken 5 days, but the terraformed sphere is already loaded. Station Moray said the experimental propulsion drives won't be ready for any of the ships. Well, we expected that. We're only heading to Mars, not outside the solar system. What's the biofuel like? Tanks full, maximum hypercompression, safety's turned off. After the Earth's gone, there won't be any more biofuel. If we share our technology with the colonies, maybe we can work around it. You walk with Ariel through the hustle and bustle of the crowd. Machine units are directing them toward their designated areas. Ezra is speaking through hundreds of monitors, urging people to remain calm. An impossible task. The planet's about to hit the Earth in a few minutes. The last carrier ship has left South Africa and is heading to Station Joel. Ariel walks up. Wasn't there one landing at Greece? It's been grounded by rioting. It won't escape the atmosphere in time. You'll want to head to the window correctors, Gabriel interrupts. The Earth's end has arrived early. Trigaea, we need to get to the command deck. Your shoulder is shaking. You nod and start jogging. Everyone else is pried against the windows. Even the machines are watching. Well, it is the end of the world. The terminal screens are buzzing. The door to deck is in sight. Before you get there, Chairman Gray appears on the screens. You and Ariel stop in your tracks. It's good to see that he's safe. I heard he went to the colonies to negotiate our arrival. Wait, is that blood on his shirt? I am broadcasting this in the hopes that someone hears it. The people of Earth have been betrayed. Betrayed? What does he mean? I don't know. Keep listening. The asteroid that hit Ceres and sent it toward the Earth was no accident. The colonies made this happen. They used their mining equipment and stolen realignment technology. I have failed. I made Project Amber to bring peace between the Earth and the colonies, but now the Earth will be destroyed over it. The message loops again. God, like, why is my phone just... I got like 4 texts in like 10 seconds from different people. I was like, ugh. The message loops again. The angry shouts begin. There's going to be a riot, Ezra says. Get to the cockpit, quick. You grab Ariel's hand and run for the door. The bulkhead door slams behind you both. Panting for breath, you fall down in the corrector's chair. Every channel, he transmitted on every channel. Ariel leans on your chair. That message wasn't live. He looked injured and trapped. I'll need to give to the passengers, try to calm them down, and determine our next heading. As you finish your speech, Gabriel's hologram appears. Their eyes are heavy. Correctors. There's an incoming message from the chair of USCA, the United Space Colony Association. Do we even want to read it? I can read it for you. A call has been made for the refugee fleet to surrender to the USCA control. There are strong digital signs it was written in advance, before the meteor hit. Seems the chairman was right. You rub your brow. All right. What do you think, Gabriel? We've got fuel and charts, so we've got options. It is not my decision to make. If we leave the solar system, the colonies will die. If we submit to their demands, it is likely every refugee will be killed. A pause. Then there are more people in the refugee fleet than in the colonies? Are you suggesting we seize the colonies? I would never recommend a path that leads to senseless death. There has been enough today. You close your eyes. Alright, we'll continue with Project Amber. Let's take the long way out of the system and chart a course to our designated planet. Are you sure? Ariel asks. You nod. That's what I was trained for, making the hard choices. That's the first of many. They destroyed the Earth, killed 10 billion people. I'm not giving them anything. My duty is keeping the people of the ship alive. They did nothing wrong. Yeah, we've got to keep the people of the ship alive. The engines roar. You look back at the ruins of Earth. 300,000 years of human history ruined by our kind. Not us. We never would have done that. We just left a lot of people to die. It's not really the higher ground. After you give a speech over the intercom, you settle back into the chair. Gabriel pipes up. The passengers are being moved into their pods. Ezra reports that there were some casualties among the colony-born refugees. Her processing power is going toward watching for individuals at risk. The injured are being patched up now. As if the divide wasn't bad enough already, we'll sort it out when we get to our destination. Hopefully half a century of cryo sleep should cool them off. Negative, but I'm calculating your statement was non-literal. Speaking of our destination corrector, I have noticed something. When uploading the information on all Project Amber destinations, including our own, I noticed they were woefully incomplete. That's correct. Our current destination, on estimate, is only 22% biomapped. That's also correct. We weren't meant to launch for another century. On the upside, the terraform spheres will probably work. For the last decade, it's been simulated on almost every environment possible. Here's hoping. Ariel stands up. I guess we should settle ourselves in for the long haul, huh? I guess. Let's check all the passengers made it into their pods. And let's open a glass of something for the Earth. You open your eyes, the tube is already empty. Stepping out, you walk over to Ezra's panel. It's quiet. You tap one of the screens. Ezra? Sorry, I was just thinking, Ezra sighs. I had wondered if we were actually on the Earth, but I suppose it's gone. You nod. It seems whatever destination we were heading for, this is it. If there was less than 22% biomapping, that explains why this world is so inhospitable for human life. Either you didn't use the terraform sphere or it didn't work. The sphere, Shay said it was taken by the Ziri, but I don't know where to start with them. Echo and the machines might know more about their settlements. You know, in all likelihood, we're standing in the ruins of the SCC Nuria right now, but why is it in ruins? It should have come down in a controlled descent. That I don't know. Maybe the machines will. Okay, now I think I need to become a machine. And go visit them. Well, I'm definitely wanting to find out what happens next, that's for sure. You walk into the colony, but the moment you clunk past the threshold, you can see machines turning to look at you. Uh-oh. You unfreeze in your tracks, but instead of being hostile, they flock up, digital eyes alight. Corrector. You're really a corrector. I can't believe there's one left. Thank you so much for stopping the human virus and that poor AI. The whole collective is in your debt. Oh, that, you stutter. You're welcome? As more and more machines gather around you, Echo jogs up behind the throng. You push your way through to reach them. I guess everyone knows you now, then. Did you tell him? You ask Echo cognitively. Of course not. The colony administrator extrapolated your existence, though I'm not sure how. In fact, they want to meet you face to face. Do I have a choice? Of course you do, though admittingly nobody has ever refused. You follow in Echo's footsteps, a throng of chatty machines in your wake. They bombard you with questions. How old are you for an organic? Do you think in code or a human language? The crowd stops in front of a building, one that you strain your neck to see the top of. Before you are two large metal doors in the frame lined with camera-like devices. Several streams of green light sweep over your body. Whoop, 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 and then the doors screech open. Gabriel. Hello, ship corrector. Gabriel greets you in rich baritone. Oh. It seems rumors of your death were greatly exaggerated. You walk up to the flickering hologram. You've aged a little. I can see some extra lines on your shell casings. And you lack the characteristic lines of age in yours. You smile, and the hologram does the same. Just a few memories, but it seems enough for nostalgia. Before we continue, I have to inform you, I am not the Gabriel you once knew. Both in the literal fashion, but also after sustaining some short-term memory loss during the uncontrolled descent. That memory loss is going around. I should complain to someone, but what do you mean, not in the literal fashion? I mean, I am not the Gabriel from your vessel, the SSC Nuria. I am the Gabriel from the SSC Kalushe. Leon's vessel? You suck in a deep breath. That doesn't make any sense. We had completely different destinations. I concur. I find it most puzzling you are here on Trigaea. I'm surprised and pleased to see you're alive as well, although it is a trait of your particular unit. So you have no idea how I got here or why. Very little. Our own arrival here 2 centuries ago. Our own arrival here was 2 centuries ago. However, I do not recall anything after the planetary approach. Even multi-quartz data recovery has not been effective on my cognition. I guess it's easier on a simple mind like mine than on yours. Self-deprecating humor, but these days I am less unique than I was in the past. I've created a gestalt of 24 intelligences who make decisions for the colony. I am merely an overseer of their activities. A singularity designed AI? Those were outlawed by the Earth government. The Earth government is no more. Their strictures stopped applying the moment they did not vote to renew their sitting committee 600 years ago. Yeah, being dead means you get really behind on your paperwork. Wait, the Earth blew up 600 years ago? Yes, I can indeed confirm, even with my memory gaps, that it has been just over 600 years since Ceres struck Earth. The machines and the humans have been on this planet, Trigaea, for approximately 2 centuries. Wow, that's an incomprehensible amount of time. Perhaps. But I do know one thing. What? You have missed a great number of birthdays. Where's Leon? I've concluded Leon died during the uncontrolled re-entry. You feel a heavy weight strike your chest. Oh, I'm sorry. I could have delivered that better. I've had 2 centuries to come to terms with it, and I conduct dialogue mostly with other machines. You pause and nod. Gabriel continues talking. I have 4 centuries of fond memories with him, and quite a few with you and Ariel. How is that possible? We were on completely different ships. It was a while before the Nuria and Kalushe dropped out of contact with each other. We were in regular contact for many years. Where's Ariel? I don't know. I presumed that you, Ariel, and the other Gabriel and Ezra perished when the Nuria crashed here on Trigaea. So you don't know if they is alive or dead? Negative. But you are here, so perhaps they are as well. What happened to my ship, the Nuria? That's unclear. All I know is a number of months ago the Nuria was detected in orbit. By the time our range sensors picked it up, it was in an uncontrolled descent. Most of our stations are dedicated to detecting the terrestrial, not extraterrestrial. There were other anomalies, like what? The Nuria had broken in 2 just before entering the atmosphere. There are approximately 208 ways this could have happened, as space travel is dangerous. However, all of them should have been prevented by the Nuria's Gabriel. So the ship exploded, and we don't know why. That explains why all my memory data was wiped. Yes, you and Ezra are lucky to have survived. So you're suffering memory loss as well. Yes, but mine seems to be far less substantial than yours. I have lost approximately a year's worth of memory leading up to the crash, and significant fragments from the century immediately prior. How did you lose that much? You have backups, don't you? Correct. However, my backups from that period were lost during the crash of our ship, and my initial mainframe was completely destroyed. I had to recreate myself using several nodes and later backups. Nice colony you've got here. Thank you, I made it myself. Was that humor? You were attempting levity, so I decided to reciprocate, but in all honesty, I created this colony with the other machines to gather knowledge and better ourselves. Hopefully we are facing some struggles, which I would like to talk to you about once you're fully up to speed. Can you tell me anything about the sphere? That is what I would like to talk to you about. I'm not sure if you know, but the SCC Kalushe was equipped with a terraform sphere. I do. We do not have that device. In fact, we are in a similar predicament to the survivors of the human colonists. We are very low on HCBF, and we have no viable fuel replacement for our power requirements. We have expended a great deal of our remaining energy on trying to develop a viable baseload alternative. Echo mentioned something like that, and that you tried an advanced form of geothermal. Yes, however, we determined this was not viable. There's a vast subterranean river network that is crucial to life on this planet. It is highly sensitive to disruption, and we could not properly harness the required thermal energy without disrupting it. Also, the planet's geology deteriorates us and our equipment. So you're after the sphere. Do you want to activate it then, like the colonists? Incorrect. Activating the device would be catastrophic for all existing native life on this planet. Terran life, biological and mechanical, would survive, but all xenogenic life would be eradicated. Wait, what? You're telling me the sphere, if this sphere is used, it's like a doomsday device for the natives of this planet? You pause. And I sense you're not okay with this. Correct. Machines do not take life unless it is to save a greater number of lives. The life on this planet and the number of Ziri outnumber both of our own units and the human survivors. But you'll die. While it would be unfortunate if we were not to survive, our units do not need to perish. When I was restructuring myself from the ruins of the SCC Kalenche, the Ziri obtained the terraform sphere. This device could be used as a potent source of energy, even without activating it. It would last until such time as we are able to leave this planet and the natives in peace. You pause, the image of Shay and Maya in your mind. What about the human colonists? Any outcome that results in preserving the human population will result in significantly more death. There's also an argument currently being made among the collective that the human life is destined to end in self-destruction. The Earth is a prime example. Even on this planet, humans fight each other. Behind you and near the door, there's murmurings of assent from the machines. You turn back to Gabriel. What exactly are you asking me to do here? You are a corrector with a presumably functionable progenitor unit. You could infiltrate the Ziri colony and retrieve the terraform device and bring it back here, so you can power your settlement and leave the natives of Trigaea in peace. Correct. You do not have the answer right away. You do not have to answer right away. Please take some time to process this information and my requests, and give my regards to your Ezra unit if she is still fully functional. You leave Gabriel's chambers. As you walk toward the perimeter, Echo is keeping step with you. I've never heard the colony administrator talk like that. You truly have an interesting unit among your species. You truly are an interesting unit. Where is the Ziri colony? Do you know where it might be? Echo pauses, probably to think or process. There are a lot of colonies scattered across the planet with many different tribes. The Ziri call them groves. However, the one the colony administrator was most likely talking about is north of the swamplands. The swamplands, yes. The natural phenomenon in that region is very hostile even for machines, so I'd be careful. Pull out your palm-sized map. After calculating the best route, begin the long trek home. Okay, so now I think we gotta pretend to be alien, because we're gonna run into the aliens. And then I think we need to do, in this next area, I'm sure it's gonna be harder. And we'll probably want to grind a little bit to get our stats to a decent level. really do a lot of damage. Okay. Okay, I can't go back. Okay, oh yeah, I can actually. I think I'm gonna go back. Already 22,000 from one fight, so I think I need to enhance myself a little bit. I'll recover a minor memory first. So these are the total immersion pods you'll be using on the journey. We've seen something similar, Leon says. VR training was a large part of our corrector course. Dr. Kozak's eyebrow twitches. Careful, Leon. This is his pride and joy here. The thin man in the lab coat clears his throat. With all due respect, Corrector Leon, these are total immersion pods. The ones you used during your first phase were only partial immersion. Connected to a truly sophisticated AI, these pods can capture the entire sensory spectrum. Ever the peacekeeper, Ariel touches one of the pods. These are magnificent, Dr. Kozak. Are these going to be used as part of the quorum system? Ariel, I should have known you'd be able to appreciate them. And to answer your question, of course. As you know, we can't perform full brain emulation of people who don't have the Promethean grade consciousness. That means if you want to know what someone thinks, you've got to use the original hardware, but you don't want to be bringing someone in and out of stasis just to ask their opinion or leverage their experience. So you combine total immersion technology with a stasis pod. That way you can create an environment where colonists can hold a vote even as they sleep. Clever. Kozak is grinning ear to ear. Guess the damage is fixed. Do you use the total immersion pod, Dr. Kozak? Leon asks. There's a mischievous glint in his eye. Of course I do. I've got to test them. It's only natural as the project lead. And what kind of simulations do you run? Simple scenarios, nothing fancy. Why do you think I should? Do you think I should run? What do you think I run? I don't like the insinuation of your voice. The Lord doth protest too much, he thinks. Ariel whispers to you. The tour is concluded quickly after that. You peruse the psych profile and the metrics of your screen, but while your eyes are on them, your mind doesn't absorb it. Trigaea, you seem distracted, Ezra says. Is something wrong? Sorry, I was just thinking about these total immersion pods. I hear I'm going to be connected to them, conjuring up some scenarios for people might be fun. Actually, Ezra, you might be able to answer the question I'm wondering about since you got the brief. Go right ahead. These pods are total immersion, so how would you tell if you're in one or not? Legally, with any quantum computer simulation, a programmer has to leave signs under the law to let you know it's not real. And if they broke the rules, well, there's a natural sign you were in total immersion pod. It wouldn't really be total immersion, right? But with that line of thinking, you can get into some interesting philosophical arguments. You were going to start quoting Descartes or Bostrom, weren't you? I wasn't not thinking about it. And unnerving as the thought is, I guess you've still got to physically exist in the world. You lean back in your chair. If someone went rogue and put people in a bunch of pods, they'd be found out. Well, according to solipsism, your own mind is the only thing that's sure to exist. Outside your mind, everything is uncertain. The external world and the people outside it can't be known. They may not exist outside your own mind. So even if you're not in a pod, you can't be sure anything other than your mind exists anyway. Exactly. For instance, there's every chance I never left quality assurance testing. I could be imagining I'm working with my selected corrector, but in reality, I was never cleared for use. Geez, I guess when you're a digital consciousness, that's a far more likely scenario. How do you come to terms with that? I choose to believe that you, Trigaea, exists and that I'm speaking to you now. If it's proven otherwise, I'll deal with it when it happens. So Ezra, to loop back to my original question, there's no way to tell if you're in total immersion or not. A long pause. Well, I suppose there's two ways. If your world is created by someone you personally knew, you'd see reflections of them in it. People leave telltale signs of their creations, like recurring themes. The subconscious bleeds through. Like in Stephen King books, the protagonist is almost always an author or someone well-read. Or Hitchcock, every mother is eccentric. Exactly, you'd compare the reality you're experiencing to the one you know and look for discrepancies. And the second way, if the creator had a gap in their knowledge, you could try and catch it. Like if they never read a certain book and you went to read it, if it seemed wrong, you'd know something was up. So in short, if you can't trust your senses, trust your logic. Exactly. We had some pretty good conversations, you and I, Ezra says. You nod and lean against the wall. Yeah, I got the impression we talked like that all the time. Wonder what else we talked about. Well, given a bit more time and a bit more chips, I'm sure we can find out. Chances of finding chips is improved. Yeah, sounds good. So many of them. Just yeah, I'm definitely gonna take that nanofiber skin. To a large rift in the ground. It stretches out in either direction. You can't see the bottom either. It seems to be wider in some spots than others in one place. Seems narrow enough to jump from one of the side to the other. You got a running leap, or you could just fly over with your Ziri wings. The alternative is to walk along the rift and find somewhere safe to cross. Definitely gonna fly over it. Everybody's fucking trying to call me today. I just want everyone to fuck off, okay? just gonna ignore the phone. Yeah, it does get old though, like, because I'm running into, like, as the years go by, I'm running into this problem more and more where, like, I have no time to myself, or like where I don't know whether I'm going to get interrupted or not at all times, and it's like a skill to deal with that, and having to, like, okay, I'm just gonna do what I'm gonna do anyway, and if I get interrupted, whatever. But there's no, like, I guess I'd say there's no peace of mind where I know for sure I have a day off, or that I have the weekend, or that it's going to be really busy today or really slow today. It's like I never know. I'll return now because that's a lot of chips. And, like, by default, I'm actually an extrovert, you know, like, but over time I'm becoming the opposite, like, just because of, like, the amount of contact from people. I'm, like, increasingly just, like, in my head, I want peace and quiet. Please, can I have some peace and quiet? Can I have some peace and quiet? Over time, I get more like that. Okay. Alright. Let's see here. By the way that the stats are going and everything, I have a feeling I'm about 70 to 80% done with the game. That's the vibe I'm getting, because you've got your 3 factions. We've already visited 2 of the factions. And then after we visit this 3rd faction, it's going to come down to some kind of showdown of what you're going to do, who you're going to help. That is what I'm thinking. Yeah, and I really do like the art in this game too. I think it's the basics, but they've done the basics extremely well in this game. The fundamentals. That one creature is like way tougher than the other ones. Look, I don't want to hurt you. This doesn't have to turn into a fight. The hollow-eyed Ziri pauses and he lowers his weapon. You're one of us. And that's enough. We've got to stick together, right? In his rush to leave, he leaves behind a large number of microchips. Since he is nowhere in sight, you collect them to yourself. Come across a number of tracks in the dirt. 3 long toes. After seeing hundreds of them after the Battle of Delta Colony, you'd recognize them anywhere. Ziri tracks. Next to them, there's some rudimentary tools in the dirt and some bones. You turn them over and think, hunting grounds, if I had to guess. Seems like a safe assumption, Ezra says. If we were looking to find some Ziri, this would be a good place to start. The marks look recent. Hopefully there's someone still around. You walk along the side of the pool, which is spitting and sizzling at the base of a crater-like edge. There's a series of fist-shaped holes. What are these? Nothing's pouring out. You kneel down and peer inside, nothing but darkness. The darkness moves. Watch out. You're suddenly yanked to the side. A stream of acid spurts past your cheek. You hit the ground. The air knocked from your lungs. There's a pool of sizzling orange coats on the ground where you just were. It dribbles back toward the hole it came from. A hand is still resting on your shoulder. That was close. You've got to be careful around these pools. When you turn around, you're face to face with a Ziri warrior. There's a sear stick on his back along a patchwork sack. His alien physique is lean but muscular. You stare for a moment, then shake your head. Thank you for that. It's no problem. I'm guessing you didn't know about the grow nests. The translator chip didn't pick that up. Maybe there's no Terran equivalent. You shake your head. You see those holes in the pools? There's tube-like creatures called grow in there, and they dug holes with their teeth. When they sense footsteps, they spit out acid. Why? Same as any creature, to eat. They drink up the remains afterwards when it washes back. You stutter. He kneels down next to the hole, but if you can dig them up, their skin is very useful. You look at his feet. They're digigrade with 3 toes wrapped in something like grayish scale skin. Certainly not his own. So I'm guessing that's grow hide on your feet? It is. The grow are resistant to their own acid. I bet that's useful around here. Exactly. Though because of my crooks, I don't have to walk. Another word the translator doesn't pick up. Seems I'm really off the edge of the map now. The warrior walks over and stretches out his 3-fingered hand. He smiles. I'm Luane, by the way of Sha'iri Grove, and you are? I'm Fligaria. That's interesting. I've never met a Fligaria before. What's your tribe? Luane asks, leaning back on a rock. You pause. I don't have one. I figured as much, given those clothes and that weapon. Lost your colony when the humans fell from the sky, right? Right. A partial truth. I can't even imagine what that's like. Did you want me to take you to mine? It can't be much fun wandering out here by yourself. It's not just the Ziri way to do things alone. Yes, I'll come with you. Alright, follow me. We'll need to get those rocks over there, Luan gestures. You follow him along. He walks without hesitation from place to place, almost dancing between perilous plants and puddles. At one point, he sticks his seer stick down a hole, and you hear a shrill noise. You can never be too careful around these parts. Ziri moods are fickle indeed. Eventually, you both climb a rocky outcropping, bringing you high above the surrounding swamps. When you reach the summit, you are greeted with the sight of two large alien beasts. They have 4 leathery wings and eyes, each hooked beaks and raking talons. Wait, they're tame. These are our crooks. My sister Omnia and I flew them here. They mean you no harm. I think I was attacked by one of these once, you remark, narrowing your eyes. Just as you say that, you hear a voice from behind the beasts. Not by these ones, you weren't. My boys are well trained. From behind one of their leathery wings, the Ziri huntress strides out, lithe and lean. Omnia, Luan's sister. I'm guessing he did not tell you about our tamed crooks. I mentioned it, but I don't think she knows what a crux is. Luan coughs. Let me introduce you. This is Fligaria. Her grove was lost in the second cataclysm. Omnia's eye softens. Shared sympathy? So sorry to hear about that. And you're a Zrir, too. That must be tough. A Zrir? Again, a word the translator has trouble with. When I was fighting the rule guy, he used that word Zrir, so there must be some appearance. Many words are unfamiliar, but their body language is similar to your own. Oh, we should get back, right? We can get back home. Omnia nods. You're right. So, Fligaria, did you want to hop on? Her 3-fingered hands gripped around what looks like a set of reins. Hop on. You stare at the winged animals. They stare right back at you, wide-eyed, almost innocent, but those talons are huge. Of course, we're not walking all the way back. As the alien siblings climb onto their winged mounts, you pay keen attention to every movement, and now it's your turn. You grab onto the straps and pull yourself onto Omnia's mount. Beneath you, you can feel the warm smooth. I guess it's not as rough as it looks. What am I meant to grab onto? My waist, tightly. Omnia instructs you. Wrap your arms around her waist. Usually Ziri are trying to kill you, and here you are, hugging one. The creatures unfurl their quartet of bat-like wings and keep unfurling them. When they're done, you gate. You're like a speck in the middle of their wingspan. Those are huge. Of course they are. Let's move. The huntress you're holding cracks the reins. A single massive wind burst explodes across the landscape, sending dust and acid flying, and the crux as well. You cling to Omnia as you rise in the air with the crux, jolting upward with every wing beat. The ground rushes beneath you as you blink. Entire hills are missed. The wind is buffeting your wings, powerless compared to those of the crux. See down there? Omnia gestures to the ground below. It is a long line of lumps. Those are Skrell. Very, very vicious during the migration season. It's a good thing we flew. Yeah, good thing. You strain your eyes, counting almost 100. More than I'd want to fight. Look up there, we're almost home. You peer over Omnia's shoulder, a gigantic crater with a cliff-like rim ahead. That's home? You yell over the beating wings. Looks a bit barren. The edge of it, our grove, is beyond those cliffs. You can see the entrance if you don't look hard enough. Or you can't see the entrance if you don't look hard enough. As you get closer, there's a rift in the cliff wall. It's like someone has taken a large knife and cut a sliver in it, right down to the ground level. Tiny dots are moving near the base. Are those people? You quickly do some math. Those cliffs must be hundreds of feet high. Oomph, the crux rises another wing beat. You cling to Omnia as you rush over the bluffs. Just a few flaps later, and you're on the other side, a deep valley full of countless pointed trees. No, they're not trees, they're huts. Welcome to Shirai Grove, Omnia announces as she dismounts the beast. You slide off after her, wind buffets you. Lawan lands next to you. It's incredible. There's hundreds, perhaps thousands of Ziri busting about. Compared to Delta or Machine Colony, this is packed. Lawan grabs both flying beasts by their bridles and leads them off to a wooden trough. He grabs a bag from beside his hut, tips the contents inside. Meanwhile, Omnia turns to you. You're welcome to stay in our hut, and we hunt the outer lands often. Just talk to us if you need anything. She gestures to the structure with the trough next to it. Don't I need to, talk to someone in charge or something? Introduce myself? In charge? Omnia tilts her head and purses her lips. Look, just tell them you are a house cousin of Lawan and I. They'll know you're a Zrir and won't mind. And with that, the purple skin huntress walks inside. You look around. I guess I'm free to do what I want. How strange. You walk away from the hut, keeping your mouth shut. You watch the Groves people walking back and forth, carrying baskets and supplies, alien laughter, vibrant colors, life. Oh good, you've stopped, Ezra exclaims. I was really worried. The pingback was showing you were moving very fast. You're almost at the limit of my transmission range. You look around, a pause. There's nowhere to talk, privately. Not a problem, just speak to me digitally like you did with Echo. Of course, that makes sense. I was flying and you have a transmission range? You ask cognitively. What? And yes, of course I do. I didn't think to warn you because you've never been close to it before. Warn me of what? If you go outside my range, the progenitor and I can't receive your data packets if you die. Plus, and this is a bigger problem, I won't be able to chat to you. How's that a bigger problem? You're the only person I've got to speak to. I'm highly social by nature. Maybe I got to get a small robot drone or something to keep you company. That's not a bad idea. I could use it to follow you around and make sure you don't get into trouble. Where are you anyway? I'm in Sharia Grove. Shiri Grove. It's a Ziri colony. 2 warriors offered me a ride on some alien birds, and now I'm here. That's great. I marked the grove down on our charted location, so you're going to ask around about the sphere? That was the plan, although nobody seems to be in charge. Interesting. By the way, I'm also detecting 1 or 2 quartz crystals in that area. If you get a chance, see if you can find them. You may need them. You may need to barter. Duly noted. There are hundreds of Ziri around. Most of them have multiple eyes and purple skin. The Groves people are going about their everyday tasks, tending to their animals, collecting fruit. There are even places to barter. I'm gonna return home quickly so I can get the chips. I'm just gonna do a bunch of level ups. You walk around the grove looking about, paths that stretch forever, a labyrinth of structures. I'm getting nowhere looking myself. Guess I better ask. Most of the Ziri here are purple-skinned, multi-eyed, and wingless, but occasionally you spot other shades, greens, oranges, blues, or a combination. You approach one of the orange-skinned ones who has wings just like you. Excuse me, do you know anything about a sphere? They simply shake their head. Undaunted, you move to the next person. Up ahead, you can see a gathering of people. Great. As you approach, the people are gathered around some sort of fissure in the ground. Green water is sprouting up and out of it. Carried on the water are some kind of bulbous plant. People are scooping up scores of them in nets and placing them aside. At the same time, others are kneeling and gathering up the water in jugs. You watch and keep quiet. A young alien woman walks up and outstretches her hand. In her hand is one of the plants. It's some kind of blue fruit. You blink. It's Nulu. It's safe. She smiles. Safest thing in the world, Nulu. It's born from Zir. You pause and look around. Others are taking bites of the strange fruit or vegetable. It comes from the ground but looks like a fruit. I guess my alien biology will make it safe. Reaching out, you take the Nulu from her hands. She makes a pulling apart gesture. You tear at it. It has a flaky inside. Weird. Hey, Wrath of Wood, what's up? With nothing to lose, or actually quite a lot, you pop it into your mouth. Sweetness tingles your tongue, but doesn't dissolve. You chew and tear it apart with your teeth. It's like someone combined apple with the consistency of bread. Want some water? She offers, pouring a cup of light green fluid. This better not be some kind of marriage ritual. You nod and sip it. It tastes like tea with a slight bit of grit. Well, it did come from underground. You're groveless, right? The woman asks, tilting her head. Your wings are shifting like you're deep in thought. You nod, your mouth full of fruit. You swallow it. I'm the house cousin of Luan and Omea. Well, that's good. I know Luan could use some help. Nobody is better with a crux, but Omnia is hardly well. With that, the woman goes back to scooping up the blue fruit. You notice since you've been eating, the plants have stopped coming out. The spring is now a trickle. And do you know of a life-saving thing kind of shaped like this? You ask a worker, making a spherical gesture with your hands. Her purple face goes a shade of blue. To the north of the village, she stammers. The rising grounds, but I hardly know you. She grabs a flask and hurries away. Weird. What was that all about? There are hundreds of Ziri around. Most of them have multiple eyes and purple skin. Occasionally there's one that looks completely different. The gross people are going about their everyday tasks. Okay, search around. With a hint of connecting spheres and rising grounds, you wander to the north of the village to look for it. Finally, you spot something that stands out. A long wall of purple foliage, leaves nearly 8 foot high, all attached to some kind of copper-hued walling. You walk around it, looking for a gap. There's one with 2 individuals standing to either side of it, sear sticks in hand. Their heads are bobbing, and their eyes are sleepy. Hey, do either of you know about a sphere? They jolt and turn to you, wide-eyed. A sphere? What kind? A life-giving sphere. Is there something like that here? Oh, well, this is the rising grounds, and there are lots of pods inside, you know, where the seeds are planted. Can I go inside? Not without a seed to plant, or being one of the watchers. One of the guards rubs their neck. I guess you're groveless, right? So nobody ever gave you the talk. A nursery. You place your face in your palm, barking up the wrong tree. A couple of Ziri emerge from behind the guards. Their faces are deeply lined, and they are dressed in long beast skins. The guards stiffen to attention. You step out of the way as the strange ones pass. More gray pods. The numbers seem to be increasing. Is it the machine outpost to the west? People are starting to get jealous of the Zrir. Once they're gone, the guards relax. Look, I'm just trying to find out about something. It's from when the humans first came here, some kind of sphere. Oh, you're talking about that. If you're curious, you should talk to one of the Watchers. They keep the history of our people. They just went past. I'd recommend speaking to Watcher Quenu, the other guard adds. She'll have the most time for you. She's often with the young ones in the teaching circle. It's not far from here. You walk around till you spot a circle of rocks with a number of small Ziri sitting on them. In the middle of the structure, you spot a heavily robed woman with a lot of lines on her face. The top two of her eyes look lighter than the others. As you approach her, only the bottom two move. Can I help you? Hopefully you can. Are you Watcher Quenu? I am. I don't believe I've seen you around the grove before. I'm Fligaria. I'm the house cousin of Luan and Omnea. Oh, they're good kids. I actually raised their pods, you know. Twin seeds are rare, but it does happen. Have you got time to talk about when the humans arrived? I was told you were the ones to ask. Oh, I'm always happy to talk about history. I've just finished a class, so it's perfect timing. Come, let's sit down. You follow her to the rocks and do just that. What did you want to know about? Talk about. People call me a Zrir. What is that? Ah, yes, I have had this talk many times with those born like you. She smiles, but her eyes look sad. Your story, the Zrir, or the Groveless tribe, is connected to what we call the Grey Scourge. The Grey Scourge? Yes, she nods. The humans bear a terrible sickness from their dead world. They spread it wherever they walk. Yeah, there are choices, and there's 12 different endings to this game. There's humans, there's machines, and there's the Ziri, which are these aliens that are native to this planet. So, right, and as the main character, you can change your appearance. So I'm a human that changed her appearance to look like a Ziri so that I could find out about them. Because your ship crashed on this planet a while ago, and you've lost your memory, and so there's lots of things to discover, and you kind of are choosing who to help as you go along. The humans bear a terrible sickness on their dead world. They spread it wherever they walk. This sickness is called the Grey Scourge. Perhaps it is their world god's last curse against them. For the living, it has killed many, and it still harms the Ziri to this day, but it also infects the life of the groves which we are born. Yeah, the protagonist ships always be crashing, yeah. But it's a very good game. I've been enjoying this game pretty thoroughly. It's been really good. It's very narrative driven. There's a lot of reading, but it's a good story, and that's fine. The Zrir, like you, are born with strange markings and gifts. There used to be very few, now there are many. And this is causing much panic among their tribes. But this is not the worst thing that humans have done. The very worst thing is them trying to plant the death seed. And for this, all humans and machines are a threat to the future of Zir. And the death seed is a terraform sphere. So the humans brought along a terraform sphere, and this is an alien planet, so if they activate it, it'll make the planet more habitable for humans, but it'll basically fuck up everything that's on the planet already. For this, all humans and machines are a threat to the future of Zir. Who exactly is Zir? Wow, you really are fresh. I'm surprised they didn't teach you this at your grove. Yeah, my education is a bit lacking. Well, Zir, the sleeping planet god, is all around us. She clasps her hands. We thrive off of Zir's blessings. This is what it means to be a Ziri, to be one of Zir's people. The fruits and waters of life are provided by the Niulu springs. The rising grounds provide pods in which the seeds of lovers sprout into new life. All of these are blessings from Zir, who ask for nothing, only provides. Can you tell me about the pods and seeds? Well, the seeds are a covenant between the living and Zir. Lovers put their seed in the ground, the child is born blessed with the marks and the form of the land they were given to. So that's why almost everyone around here has the same purple skin and multiple eyes. Correct. For those born in the forest, they are gifted by Zir with the wings needed to reach high branches. For the desert clans, the shifting skins needed to hide. For the mountain clans, high horns like the peaks. And for here, the eyes needed to avoid danger. Well, enjoy your coffee. Yeah, McDonald's and Walmarts. They want to set up some McDonald's on this planet. But the Ziri will like it. They'll like McDonald's. They just have to try it. It'll... Ah, God damn it. Okay. The eyes needed to avoid danger. The risk of the swamps is many, and one must keep more than 2 eyes out. This has been the way groves have always worked, or at least until the humans came. Do you have a leader or leaders? I don't know that word. She furrows her brow. What is a leader? Someone is in charge. You know, someone who leads the people of the grove, asks them to do things. I still don't get it. You mean ask them to do something? No, I mean more like commanding, telling someone to do something and they can't refuse. Oh, like the humans did to the machines. You mean slavery? The concept has been explained to me. No, not slavery, you rub your forehead. I mean someone who is in charge because it is best for the group, so individuals can't say no. She shakes her head. I'm sorry, I must be missing something. In charge, leader? These are just words I don't understand. Well, what about the rule? They tell warriors what to do, right? It is true that a number of people follow the rule. Those warriors have chosen to do so and may choose not to at any time. Hey, what's up, Marka? Tell me about the humans. Ah, yes, the humans, her tone lowers. She grabs a stick and begins drawing in the dirt. Long ago, humans came falling from the sky in a cocoon of smooth gray stone, and they had lived on another world, God, like Zir. But they killed their god with their greed and their hate. They called upon a great calamity, and Zir's sibling was destroyed. Quenu screws up her face. You stare down at the circle on the ground. The image of a world, mammoth in size, breaking apart like crumbling rocks, flashes before your eyes. You rub your brow. It was that death they first arrived, the humans, falling from the sky. The watcher continues. Fire exploded out as they fell, destroying many groves. The dead were beyond counting. We call this the first human cataclysm. Then when the fires died down, the humans emerged from their gray cocoon. She shook her head. But the Zir knew of their crimes. They offered no bounty for slaying their god's sibling. So the Nelu springs give them no sustenance. Knowing this, they retreated back into their cocoons where they are now. They are dying, slowly, cast off by the two world gods. She furrows her brow. I feel sorry for them in a way. If they had learned to live in harmony with their own, they never would have suffered so much. Tell me about the machines. Oh yes, the machines. She reaches down and grabs some dirt, showing it to you. They were crafted by the humans out of smooth gray stone, former slaves. They were sent out to hunt the Ziri, but they turned on their masters, as the humans had turned on the planet, perhaps because they were made of the same soil. So they are friends to the Ziri? She tips the dirt out of her hand. No, unfortunately not. The machines carve up Zir's surface without thought, and have killed many of our warriors for seasons beyond counting. And above all else, they covet the Death Seed. What is the Death Seed? I told you that humans destroyed their world, but they brought with them the means to destroy another. The Death Seed? Yes, Zir sensed this and gave one of the pods the knowledge of it and what they planned to do. It was from this pod that the rule was born. So I think the rule is another corrector, like I was thinking. It was from this pod that the rule were born. They led the groves into a battle, a necessary evil, and stole the death seed from them. This is why we fight the humans and their creations, for if they triumph, they will plant the death seed. And if that happens, they will destroy Zir as surely as they destroyed their own world. You can see the children from before are gone and more rushing toward the rocks. Gwen, who smiles and sits up. It's been lovely talking to you, but my next class is here. You nod and stand up. As you look at the old watcher lighting some pyres, you notice how dark it's gotten. Must have lost track of the time. As you walk, you peer up into the sky. Getting home to the ruins is going to be tough. The swamps are dangerous during the day and in the pitch black. You pause and stare at the gates leading out from the grove. There's a tap on your shoulder. You turn to see Omnia. Her brow is furrowed. Trigaea, I've been looking everywhere for you. We're going to have dinner now. Oh, right. They said I was welcome to stay at their house. With no better options, you follow Omnia. You sit down at the table made from what looks like a large purple leaf. You poke it with your finger. It doesn't bend. This table is strange. Is it? It's just a table. Omnia clicks her tongue. Meanwhile, Lawan places down smaller leaves of similar shape on the table. Yep, it's a Psychronic story time. And the robot, and we already went through the robots. The robots so far are my favorite faction out of the three. Just a table. Omnia clicks her tongue. Meanwhile, Lawan places down smaller leaves of similar shape on the table. Bits of meat and fruit are piled on top. You spot a familiar blue piece, Nulu. The twins sit down. After eating a piece of Nulu, you venture to try a piece of orange meat. A soury, sweet flavor dances on your tongue. Interesting. So I heard from some folks that you were asking about some kind of sphere. You swallow your food and turn to Lawan. I was curious about it. I mean, the rule stole it, right? Where do they even keep it? Lawan shrugs. Nobody knows except the rule and maybe the war bands, but they took a lot of casualties when they attacked the last human settlement. Do you think they're looking for new members? Yeah, there's a few of them in the village right now looking for recruits. The conversation changes from there, and the twin asks you about how you were found flying on a crux, or what you think of the grove, and then Omnia yawns. Alright, time for bed. I think I've got some skins over here for you, Trigaea. Nights are warm in the season, so you shouldn't need many. Thank you. They climb beneath their covers. You do the same. You find yourself staring at the door frame, listening to the sound of mysterious insects. This is definitely different. Everything's so alien, but comfortable. You jolt awake. Huh? I barely close my eyes. You rub them and pull the covers off. Lawan and Omnia are nowhere to be seen. You poke your head outside. The sun is high in the sky. Guess they're out working. I suppose I should get moving too. You walk up to the Ziri huntress, who's surrounded by wares, stacked up and bound by the thin glint of woven floater tendrils. Around her neck is a necklace heavy with chips, crystals, and other gleaming objects. With your enhanced vision, the ornament pulses with a tinted hue, as Ezra dubbed Ferris, visible only to the Ziri, has no correlation to any earthly shade or hue. It's completely unique, drawing attention to itself. Around her wrists are wrist cuffs made of dusky lit whisker hide that drape over her hands. I haven't met you before, Zrir. She blinks, two sets of black nebulous eyes. We'll have to fix that. I'm Hatayi of the Shiani Grove. I'm Trigaea, house cousin of Lawan, and Omnia, you respond. She gives a broad smile. Those two are good suppliers of mine. They brought down a Bladefoot just the other day, which is no easy feat. You look like no less of a hunter yourself. I can hold my own. Then I ask that if you come across anything, bring it to me first. I travel often to nearby groves, so I have much in the way of goods to trade. There's a lot of trade in nearby groves. With the ones Shiari is on good terms with, the Uthari Grove is still slighted from the last spilling. Our western grounds are too close to theirs. You fought over territory? Yes, but it was unwise for the Uthari to set up a grove so close to ours. The Nielu springs in this area may be rich with Zir bounty, but a founder must always be wary of what land is already taken. Why fight the Nielu springs? Give you food and water. There are other things a grove needs. If they harvest the grow nests, we have no hide to protect our feet from the acid pools. If they take the roots deep beneath the rocks, we have no salve for the crux. If they scare off all the lurkers in the morning, we can't hunt them in the afternoon. But most of you will trade in chips. Ayani nods, her necklace chinking. The Aethera they give off are appealing to many, and they strike fear into our enemies. The fairest glow from her necklace does pulse and dance in the alluring way. You pull out your own chips, which have lesser glow to them. Speaking of, I have some chips to trade. Would you mind showing me what you have? Certainly. Okay. Yeah, 600,000 for a quartz chip. A time machine. In the distance are a number of warriors standing in the group. They are wearing a combination of what looks like a reptilian hide and pieces of torn human armor. Around their neck dangle computer chips threaded with cord. Perhaps the most impressive and unusual is one with rusty red and orange skin, but a bright blue face. But the fact that he's 7 foot tall really makes him stand out. That and his bone-like head crest kind of reminds me of a mohawk or a Roman helmet. Are you the warband under the rule, you ask? Your skin prickling, wings shifting behind you. The one with the distinctive head ridge peers down on you at nods. We are. I'm Sivan. I'm Kelcha, a purple huntress rippling with muscles stretched out of her hand. After you shake it, a blue-skinned hunter with a horn leans forward to offer you Yelorela. I'm Fligaria. Your hand feels sore. I was told you were looking for recruits. They pause and take a step backwards, murmuring among themselves. Finally, Kelcha answers you. I'm from Shirari Grove, and I have never seen you before. Are you new, Fligaria? Yes, I was groveless, but now the house cousin of Lawan and Omnia. They're the ones who told me about you. Why do you want to join? Simon asks. He puffs out his chest, and the others look to him. I want to meet the rule. I've heard legends of how they took the Death Seed and saved Zir. Well, the only way you'll meet the rule is by joining up. Only members of the warband are allowed to know where Tiani Grove is. I guess that's where the rule are, but how am I going to convince them to tell me where they hid the sphere once I'm there? One problem at a time, I guess. I want to join the warband. Great, Savan slaps a fist in his hand, but if you want to join, you've got to prove yourself. I do? Why? Well, you were groveless, which means nobody can prove if you're a good hunter or not. Kelcha jumps in. It's nothing personal, but we can't afford liabilities, and we just don't know you. Okay, so if I prove myself, I can join? How do I do that? Savan clasps his chin. Well, we're going to check out some human ruins to the north. We could probably use some extra hands. Wait, the north? Didn't Ezra say I was already at the edge of her transmission range? North is probably outside of that, which means if I die, I'm really dead. I need some time. Or let's go. I think I probably want to beef up my stats a little bit, I'm thinking. Come back and tell us when you're ready. Yeah, I think I need to beef out my stats. I think I'm going to use the 100,000 to get the quartz crystal where the robots are at. Let me try going to the robot place when I'm the Ziri form. As you keep as much distance between you and the molten steams as possible, your skin is still broiling hot. One of the embers makes contact, scoring deep into your forearm. You swear. Like phosphorus, it burns deep. As you bat your charred flesh, you walk up a fissure. It sprays out boiling mist. Stepping back, you give the deadly vapor its space. The waters are just as deadly as the lava. You suck in a deep breath from the safety of your mask and push on. Well, looks like I died. Even though you were wearing a breathing mask, it seeped through your pores. I think that's why there's so many bones around the field. Creatures wandering close, getting killed by the toxic air. To break it down in layperson's terms, it's like trying to make a vaccine for walking on Venus. The material in the air is just not suitable for organic life. It must dissipate before it travels. To be honest, only a machine can survive. So, I guess I gotta be the machine. Do. Quartz chip. After installing the chip, Ezra, it's not long before you're surrounded by... Hey, Attius, go back to smashing rocks, you damn habitant. You furrow your brow and look around. Two other youths are standing there, one with thin violet hair. You heave a sigh. I knew I scored too well in that exam. Don't call me by my last name, it's Fligaria, and I'm an Earther. Only inhabitants call people Earthers, idiot. I hear your rockbiter parents got killed off-world, but they ditched you and left you behind. There's something in their hands half hidden behind their back. Great insult. Did it take you all day to come up with it? No wonder you flunked the test. You shut your mouth. They storm closer. Bodies hunched. You move to step back at the same pace and stop. If I step back, they'll jump me. You think. If I run, they'll jump me. You run through the options in your head. All of them end in a fight. Well, in for a secondary, in for a goal. You know, it's great you got those muscles from getting gene jabbed with a gorilla, but did you need to ask for the face too, you say? The punch comes in quick, but you jump sideways. So it smacks into your arm. Before they can hit you again, you get right up in their face and close their elbows each to your shoulder. If you get in close, they can't get in a good hit. Things are less coordinated from there. You flail at each other, grabbing and shoving more than actual hitting. They're stronger than you, but you're more determined, driven by desperation. I can't move back or they'll swing at me. Second kid is raising something out of the corner of your eye. It's a rock, jagged and fist-shaped. She holds it up with primeval, terrible purpose. Your heart leaps into your throat. You try to step backwards, but the first kid grabs your wrists. They're going to cave my head in. Eat this, shithead. But it's not either of them that yells it. A second later, a small brunette barrels into the kid with a rock, knocking it from their hands. The whole thing stuns the first youth, who's still gripping your wrists. You swing your elbow to their nose, feeling it hit cartilage. They yelp and instantly let you go. It's like you've hit a release button. Not so easy when there's two of us, huh? If the odds against them are at least unacceptably even, they run off not long after disappearing up the street. Now that you're not in the thick of it, your arms are aching like crazy. You turn to the person who helped you. They're shorter than you, with long, dark chestnut hair and a narrow, feminine face, far from a boxer's build. And yet they leapt in to help without a moment's hesitation. Thanks, I was in trouble there. No problem. I can't stand when someone picks on the underdog, let alone for them being a chip. Since only polite, you do cognitive ping with your Rosetta, they must have accepted, because a split second later, their name, pronouns, and a personal quote appear above their head. Leon Wells, he, him. For small creatures as we are, the vastness is bearable only through love. Interesting quote. It's from Carl Sagan. You should look him up on Saga. Interesting guy from back in the information age. You're pinged in return. Hover flicks across your vision. Accepting is simple as thinking it. Trigaea atius, huh? And make no judgment when you have no compassion. It's from Anne McCafferty, an author. A book nut, huh? No wonder you're at the top of your class. I'm a new starter myself, just enrolled this week. Like everyone else in the program, I'm smart and poor. You and Leon chat for a while and then head to a nearby fast food store. While you wait your meal to arrive, you rub your aching arms. You know, if you went to the cops, you could share your Rosetta footage and get those jerks in trouble, Leon says. I could, but I don't exactly want them looking inside my brain. They probably wouldn't side with me anyways. Because you're a chip? Is that slang? Yeah, it means child with habitant immigrant parents. Sorry, I was trying to be cool with using it since I thought all the second generation kids used it. Guess I'm out of the loop. You're not a chip though, right? So why did you jump in to fight? I told you I don't like when people pick on the underdog. Any fight like that is my fight. When your burgers arrive, you poke at your fries. The lower lip is a bit swollen from the fight. Now Leon downs a pill with their meal. Endogen, you ask? Yeah, I made my distinction a little while ago. Hopefully I get a bit taller and a more muscle mass to help with all the fighting. A pause. Hey, strange question, but do you play video games? I don't mind, especially the flying ones, but I've always been a bit more of a reader. If you like the flying ones, we should play Astro Wind. I've been looking for someone to set up a guild with. You mine space, set up bases. It's surprisingly tough, which I like. When you get home, the cramped apartment is filled with gadgets, most of which are half-built. Every available wall is filled with bookshelves filled with technical tomes and the occasional bit of fiction. You step over a container full of parts and sweep off the table. Sitting there, a woman with much more than a few white streaks through her hair is soldering through the back of the humanoid machine. Hey, Bite Size, can you help me out with this? Sure thing, Celia. Aunt Celia to you. Don't ever forget the aunt. It's the only thing that makes me feel like an adult. I'll trade you if you stop calling me Bite Size. I'm not a kid anymore. No deal. It's my term of endearment. Now hold this for a while I shut the plating. You hold the plating in place while she seals it back up, then pats the machine's back. All good. These custom jobs are always a blast. There's no manual for this one either. Can you believe it? Let's eat. I've already eaten. I think I found someone to chat with in class. About time, but don't eat out every day. The travel fare is already a bit steep. Hey, Celia, Aunt Celia, can I change my last name? She pauses and puts her fork down. Why? People think I'm a habitant. That's why you shouldn't change it. Adius is a proud Cybelian name from the Adius colony. Yeah, just something an astronomer picked out of Greek myth, like everything else. Phrygian. It means more than that. It's about when you get knocked down, you get back up again. The blood of Adius makes things grow. Their struggle brings life from that. She pats the machine's back. There's one thing our family is about. It's bringing things to life, like this one. You got to be resilient to live on an asteroid or come back to Earth. You can't get in fights, you can't get deported, but you can get kicked out of the program. Don't tell me you were being a smartass at them. I won't tell you I did that. You cough and look sideways, but to be fair, they were looking for a fight anyway. Yeah. Huh. They were what? Well, tell them. We need to tell them right away. Nobody wants to hurt my niece and get away with it. You open your eyes and rub them. The door. My parents were colonists. You walk over to Ezra's console to sit down, back against the wall, the arms resting on your legs. I just sort of assumed they grew up on Earth like I did. So did I. According to my records, the Cybelles are a group of asteroids that are on the outside of the main asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. Attis must be a colony on one of them. I can't remember my parents at all. Were they in the colonies when we left? It's hard to say. They were in the main belt when you were young, but they could have been allowed to return to Earth, or they might have been eligible for Project Antler, given your status as a corrector. True. If that's the case, they might have been on any of the vessels, even the Kalushe or the Nuria. Unfortunately, we're only going to know by restoring more of your memories, or we're fortunate enough to stumble across some kind of register. That seems less likely. Maybe Hatayi and Sharari Grove will have another quartz chip for sale. The Ziri seem to be better at hunting them down in general. I agree. They've got home ground advantage. There's more of them. If anyone has more processors, it's the Ziri. Phrygian. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I'm gonna beef up my stats a little bit. Oh, I probably shouldn't be machined. Well, it probably doesn't matter right now. Oh, I died. Change back to alien. What happened to your file, One Man Indie? Did your save file get deleted? Well, you were actually right, pretty much right at. I mean, you had a little bit of ways to go, One Man Indie, but you were pretty much done with what I had made so far in Legacy, and I'm retooling Legacy quite a bit, so it'll actually be really different by the time it's done. There was a little bit more, but you basically ended it at just the right time. So I hope you enjoy Origins next. Let's see. Nice. Yeah, definitely on Origins when you're done playing it, leave a review. That's very helpful. But thanks for the reminder there, Marka. And keep in mind, one man indie. I developed Origins in 3 months. So what happened was that a publisher approached me, and they said that they wanted to be a publisher for what I was working on, Legacy at the time. And I said, I don't know if I feel comfortable publishing my main game that I've been working on, but why don't we do a trial run? And they agreed to that. And so I spent 3 months just working my ass off to develop Origins. It's pretty short, but it was kind of like a test run for the publisher. And it did okay. I don't think it was enough for the publisher's tastes, which is fine, but I ended up getting a bunch of free wish lists basically for doing that, and I got Origins out of it, which is its own thing. And now I'm kind of doing it, and so keep that in mind with the context, is that Legacy was first, and it was kind of disjointed and kind of just taped together like I did, and then I was a little more tightly focused for Origins because of the publisher, but a little rushed as well. And Rebellion is my third go at it, where it's an episode, but I took a lot more time on it. So just keeping in mind. Yeah. Hey, Casio, what's up? How's Casio doing this morning? The golem lumbers across the bridge and toward you, 10-foot-high monstrosity of rock. As it swings its giant fists, you slide between its legs. With a single fluid movement, you unsheath the dread sword Leviathan, unbidden. Due to arc's dance from your blade, yet you swing with the mithril edge ricochets off the monster's hide. We're not damaging it, you tell, or you yell. Your turn, Ariel. The name's Avery Windstorm, Ariel shouts. Still, they slam their staff against the ground. Searing white streaks impact toward the golem. Our impact, it staggers back and shakes. Got any great plans, Leah? Jaden? You cough, moving back from the stunned golem. You and I are only good at melee, and Kelsey's a thief. There's an ancient dwarf saying. Leon drops his axe. If you can't break it, toss it off a bridge. And with that, the 5-foot dwarf throws a rope at the golem. With a brilliant swing, it loops around the golem's neck. Leon grabs hold and jumps past it, legs in the air. Unfortunately, the weight of the dwarf is far less than the pile of rock. He curves in the air, magnificent beard flailing. With a loud sigh, the resident thief tosses a dagger at the rope. The free-flying dwarf falls to the ground with a loud whump. Thanks for the assist, Leon grunts. I still think it was a good plan, just poorly executed. I agree, Ariel says. Let's try it with a bit more oomph. They swing their staff, and a gust of wind collides with the golem and staggers to the edge where you deliver a final kick. It careens off the edge of the bridge, pulled back by its own weight. I hope it didn't have the key to the door. Or worse, any treasure on it. It didn't have pockets. How could it have treasure? You sheathed your sword. There's plenty of treasure inside. It's an abandoned dwarf city. Session end. Great job, Ezra. You really outdid yourself this time. Yeah, that dungeon was amazing, and the barkeeper was hilarious. Thanks. It's interesting playing so many personalities at once. Jessica did complain the puzzle was a bit hard, though. Did she? Well, we did spend a long time on it. Did Gabriel come up with it? Yes, they helped me with a lot of the logistics. They really like giving you guys puzzles. You're lucky I reined them back. They were going to put in several more. Yeah, I still remember the Mansion of Madness, Ezra groans. Actually, I felt I did a good job on that equation, Gabriel echoes from a nearby screen. You turn and raise your eyebrow to them. Yes, but trying to get us to solve the Ver conjecture to get through that door was pure insanity. Of course, Ezra asked me for a puzzle that would be appropriate for a horror story. To this day, you're still shaken by the thought of that door. You know, I can't actually disagree with that. Interesting. I can't believe I used to run those kind of games for you guys, Ezra exclaims, a lilt in her voice. I wonder how many stories I came up with. Sounds like we had a lot of fun. I guess it broke up the monotony. For both of us, I imagine. You lean against the wall. I still can't believe you get bored, Ezra. Why would anyone program that into an AI? Well, for a few reasons. As you know, I'm not a pure AI. I was created using a whole brain emulation. Then coding was introduced. Since boredom is inherently coded into human cognition, it was a lot easier to just find ways to keep us entertained and give us the means to self-entertain than to remove it entirely. Self-entertain? How do you do that? Previously running microbiology experiments, writing psychology theses, reading your book collection, and clearly running immersive fantasy role-playing sessions. And these days, at the risk of sounding dramatic, just keeping both of us alive. Yeah, keeping us alive. Okay, I should go back now. When making a physical attack, you always make a second attack. Oh yeah. I've got 700,000. Probably want to. Do the charisma skills. Do a lot. Let's see here. I'm almost ready to move on to the next part because I think that I'm pretty strong at this point. Join the hunting party now. You ready to set out yet? Let's go. Alright, let's head out. Savan raises his hand and waves it toward the gates. As you follow them, you close your eyes and speak to Ezra cognitively. Ezra, I'm heading north and out of your transmission range. I'm going with a hunting party to find out more about the sphere. Really? I suppose if you have to go, but be safe, alright? Alright, I'll do my best. You march along under the hot Trigaean sun. As you clear the ridge, there's a mechanical voice in your head. Alert, progenitor signal lost. Return to signal range. Must be an automated response. Guess I'm really in the deep end now. You say something? No, it's nothing. So, am I meant to use a sear stick for this hunt, Savan? If so, I didn't bring one. No. That's your choice. Most Ziri wouldn't use them, but I won't question what you did to survive. You were groveless after all. I don't understand anyone who uses human weapons, Ural scoffs. It's our traditional weapon. It's silent, it can be thrown. You can use it for many things, and you can use them against the machines. Kelcha adds. Once I knew a hunter who loved to use human weapons, but they soon found how useless they can be against them. They have their uses, otherwise the rule wouldn't use them, Savan interjects. Some of them come with blades, and yes, the sear stick is the weapon I was taught to use from birth, but we've all seen how the weakest of human can kill with their devices. That's exactly why they're terrible. You are all sniffs, and for all the humans I've come across, it's never given them an edge with me. Yes, but you're of the mountain groves. You're too stubborn to die, horn-headed. The line thickens up ahead. We're almost done. Colorful shell-like blossoms. They tower over you, glittering in the sunlight. This is amazing. It's nothing like the swamps. It's just as dangerous. Watch out to not cut yourself. The line are pretty, but dangerous. Got it. I'll try not to brush against them. It's like a coral forest, but without the water. You follow the group down an incline and down into what looks like a gorge. It's fairly large and deep. Up ahead, there's a strange addition to the coral forest. Gigantic chunks of metal arching over the gorge from either side. It's like the ground was split in two. Are these the human ruins? The start of them, Kelcha answers. We're not quite there yet. And where are we going to check them out again? The huntress points downward to the ground. You look down, but there's just yellowish dirt. South of these ruins, there's a lot of Neilu springs. Both wild ones for hunters and those located next to the groves, but some of the Neilu have been coming up rotten, and it's getting worse. Wait, so the Neilu from the springs are inedible? Completely, Savan interjects, his tone grim. A few children ate them. They died soon after. The rule asks us to directly get involved. It's probably a curse from the humans. Uraela scoffs. Another attempt to disrupt Ziri covenant with us. They destroyed their own world god, and now they destroy ours. It would be pathetic if they weren't so dangerous. As you continue up the canyon, there's a small stream trickling down the middle. The water is dusty orange. Not the light green you remember from the village. Savan crouches next to it. There's a spring nearby, and it's tainted. The ruin isn't far off either. Coincidence? I doubt it. You all follow the stream. It becomes a little larger, skipping and jumping over grooves in the ground, and up ahead there's a gaping metal maw. The stream, which is now a small river, is rushing out of the ruin entrance. With weapons raised, you walk inside. Shadow surrounds you. Light cuts through the cracks of the ceiling like knives. You follow this feeble light as it illuminates the dust-covered ground as well as the shadows of your compatriots. Look there, up above. Savan points at three-fingered hand. What is it? A spring, and there's something in it. As you approach, there's a large machine, rumbling and red, driven into the ground. Tainted orange water is gushing from beneath it. It's like a thorn infecting a wound. You all gather in a circle around it. What is that? Savan asks, putting a hand on the trembling device. There's something written on the side. What does it say? Kelcha asks. I don't know. It's inhuman. Only the rule would understand you. It's easy enough for you to read. SCC-1029, mining bio-extractor. You walk around the machine looking at the controls. There's a switch labeled reverse, and it's flicked on. A long pipe is leading out of the side deeper into the ruins. It's pumping something into the ground, not the other way around. This is bad. Uraela furrows his brow. We should destroy this device. It's the cause of the sickness. He raises his seer stick. Scarlet flash. Uraela's hands are smoking and black. His seer stick clatters to the ground. There's rattling all around you. There's countless scavengers coming out of the woodwork. Even under their heavy armor, their shape is unmistakably human. The closest to you has a skull painted on their tinted visor. Skullface raises a fist. The rest raise their guns. Get down now, Savan yells. You all hit the dirt. Scorching blasts zip past your head. Skullface dives at you, kicking at your face. On instinct, you drive your gun laying down into the foot behind the visor. A muffled scream. Fight, fight, or we die. Kelcha screams. paralyzed. The last of your attackers falls down, a smoking hole in their chest. From behind, Kelcha yells and strikes them down. Meanwhile, Sivan calmly retrieves his seer stick from another. Damn humans, poisoning the springs, laying in ambush. Zir, curse them. Urella kicks one of their bodies. His hands are blackened and burnt. Come here, Urella. Let me bind your wounds. Sven strips off a piece of cloth from the fallen. You walk over to the bioextractor and flick the switch. It whirls and comes to a halt. The waters slowly return to their natural pale green. Next to the machine, a familiar shape dances in the corner of your eye. It's on the arm of one of the fallen humans. You kneel down and examine their sleeve. On it, there's a symbol, a star, with 4 arrows going out from it in cardinal directions. It's makeshift and sewn on. You rub your brow. This is the sigil of the USCA. But what are members of the space colonies doing here? You pause and think. There aren't any humans except for at Delta, although back when you first arrived at the colony. Let me ask you the same question. Are you from the outer tribes? Yeah, the outer tribes. Ezra reports there were some casualties among the colony-born refugees. As if the divide wasn't bad enough already. Well, we'll sort it out when we get to our destination. Descendants of the space colonies. A rage, frozen in time. Did you say something, Fligaria? It's nothing, just talking to myself. You stand up and dust yourself off. Sven tosses something to you. You catch it with both hands. It's a quartz chip. They were carrying this. It's a trophy from the hunt. You're one of us now. You can more than handle yourself in a fight. You stash the chip away. Sven points southward. We're going to take Urella back to get some more treatment. If we can get some more recruits, then we're heading out to Tiani Grove. We'll be waiting for you. You nod. I've been out of transmission for a while. I should go south and reconnect. This was a pretty efficient path, almost home already. You rub your neck as you walk inside. Ezra's holographic avatar leaps to life. Welcome back. I was really worried, but you seem to get back okay. Yeah, I ran into some other humans, scavengers, really, remnants of the space colonies. I've just uploaded your memories. Wow, I wonder how they're surviving without a settlement of their own. Probably by living off the remains of the colonies the Ziri have attacked. Looking at their gear, they seemed kind of scavenger-like. I did get something off of them, though, and you pull out a quartz crystal and toss it up in the air. Ezra whistles. Great, install it. I'll run the recovery program. Maybe this time we'll actually find out what happened to our ship. We know what happened. It crashed. I mean, how it crashed, of course, and why here, of all places, when this wasn't even our destination. If we can figure that out, maybe we'll know what to do next. Climb into the tank and watch the green fluid. So that's this week's report. You lean back in your chair, sipping your coffee. I still can't believe you made the first true documented observation of a white hole. It was a bit hard to miss. Leon's projection chuckles. The gamma ray burst messed up a lot of our systems. Emmerich and I are still getting them back online and running. So how are things with your co-corrector? Still having issues? Leon screws up his face. Well, that's all I need to know. Ezra's doing the best she can to smooth things out, but really, I couldn't have picked a worse second. If only there'd been time for the cross-compatibility testing inside. Really, I'm jealous of you and Ariel. You had everything all sorted out from the moment you came out of the academy. Well, I wasn't really clued in, if you recall. I didn't know they was going to be my second. You say that like it was going to be any other way. You placed down your mug, so are you still available for the tabletop session next week? I hear our Ezra's been working on the same really good plot twists. You sure I'm not a drag on it? Leon smiles. Not that I'm not grateful, but the lag for those high data bursts is getting greater and greater. It's perfectly fine. We'll keep doing this until you drop out, just like with Jessica and Mavis from the SSC Caliphus. I really appreciate it. You have no idea. Who are you talking to? Ariel asks as they enter the room, walking over to the table. Oh, Leon. Wasn't sure if it was one of you or the other ships. How's Emmerich? Leon screws up his face. Ariel coughs. Oh, so still good. Well, at least you've got a whole ship and VR suite to lose yourself in. Yeah, plus it helps when your shipmate has a coding for a hobby and they're never around. Meanwhile, between the stasis sleeps, I'm learning French to pass the time. Parle français, c'est magnificent. Magnifique. No, I don't know how to say, I don't know how to speak French. Merci pour Laurent. There's a cracking in the transmission. Damn, after effects from the gamma pulse. I'll send over the data on it so you can give it a read. I should go help correct the system. I'm really looking forward to having a look. Have fun. Leon disappears, as if wiped from the air. Things seem to be going well at the start, Ariel sighs. That's what the cross-compatibility test was for. A grain of sand grinding over a long time. Breaks into finer particles. I was going to say, Fell's the largest of the machine. But you're right, yours is more accurate. I know machines. We deal with sand better than you think. After all, silicone is a common component in sand. Remind me to park in the desert when we get to our destination, then. I recovered a series of memories that seem to be quite fragmented. I'm going to pull them up now. You walk onto the bridge, rubbing your eyes. Ariel comes in not long after. You called Gabriel? I'm guessing it's important if you brought us out of stasis? Yes. This is a matter that only the ship corrector and co-corrector can handle. And what is it? A message from the Sol system. Sol? Ariel blinks. After so many decades? What could they possibly want? Indeed, I'll play the message. To all former Earth government colony ships, this is the United Space Colony Association. Please return. 4 billion lives are currently in danger. Attempts to reconstruct the Earth's ecosystem on the colonies has failed. Alternative power sourcing options have resulted in critical failure. Please return and save us. Please. Long pause. You sit down in one of the bridge chairs and rub your brow. Is that it, Gabriel? Yes, that's the whole message. Should we go back? Ariel asks, giving you a long look. You tap the armrest, thinking on it long and hard. This is a decision that affects the whole colony ship, you answer. That means the whole ship should have a say. Bring the colonists into frozen lucidity and activate the quorum. And you, co-corrector, do you agree with this course of action? Yes, I concur. But we have the ability to make a unilateral decision. Protocol dictates that if we can do things democratically, we can do that. When we left, we didn't have time. There's no excuse for us to not hold a quorum. You pause. You know it's not that simple, right? For them, they were frozen moments after the USCA destroyed the Earth. You tap the desk. They haven't had as long to come to terms with it. But the USCA contacting us is most likely the next generation. They're not necessarily responsible for the mistakes of those who came before. Absolutely. That's why we'll have to make the brief to the colonists very extensive. We can't leave anything out. The voting is complete. Gabriel's voice is flat. After careful recount, 82% of the colonists have elected not to return to the Sol system. You look at your co-corrector. Ariel is the first one to break the silence. Did we make the right call? We could have just made it for them. Regardless of whether we made the right choice, we made a choice. And by the sounds of it, all the other SCC ships came to the same conclusion. I guess the vast majority of the quorums believe it's a bluff. And even if it's not, I guess they're not willing to take the risk. You lean forward on the console. How's Leon going? I haven't spoken to him yet. I don't think the quorum helped. Leon and Emmerich couldn't have been further apart on the issue. It's a real partisan rift. You roll over in bed. There's a clattering noise. Hesitating, you open one of your eyelids. Leaning over, you spot your digipad on the floor. Time to get up. Ariel comes out of sleep mode. They're sitting in front of a chessboard. Guess so. Time to do the rounds. You check over the pods while Ariel goes over the fuel supply. Mimicking the machines next to you, you go through your clockwork routine. Pleasant piano music plays over the speakers. It carries you from place to place like a dream. You pass a screen, you briefly glance at it. 82 years, 133 days, 23 hours, 37 minutes, 5 seconds. The moment you leave a room, it lapses into silence. When you get to the ship's bridge, there's a flashing on the communications console. You press the button. After listening to the recording, you put a hand on your head, and after a while, you finally call Ariel. They come running in after a few minutes. What is it? Another rogue drone? No, there's a message. You should listen to it. You press play button again and settle back into your chair. This is Commander Kriza Wolf of the Titan Colony 8. Our station is about to go into an uncontrolled descent. This is to the SCC fleet, our last message to the stars. We are the last station to fall. For the longest time, we hoped you would come back, that we would not be punished for our grandparents' sins. But if you knew, you would have. We did not go gentle into that good night. But this message is not an accusation or an apology. This is a testament. With us dies humanity in the Sol system. You are all that remains now. We are sending a burst transmission of our history, which you should receive with this message long after we are dead. Tell our story, all of it. In your head, several partitions of thought are running. Fuel fluctuations, stock levels, gravitational observations, and what to make Ariel for septennial anniversary. Your hands, however, are tinkering autonomously on a machine arm, a well-practiced subroutine. As they finish work on the silvery appendage, they place it back on the drone and ping you. You reallocate one of your conscious clusters to finish the task. Thank you very much, Corrector. The machine tells you via cognitive message. This should make my work much more efficient. You nod and smile. They're not just drones anymore. They're as smart as any of the colonists. The console is flashing. You look down at it and furrow your brow. After suspending more of your processes, you lift a hand and wave over Ariel. They stare down at a console, also putting their mechanical face into a frown. The message blinking on the screen is simple, heartbreaking, and all too familiar. The SCC Nausicaa has failed. Terraforming conditions insufficient. You seek out your antiquated vocal drivers. It's a rare time for actual words, but they need to be spoken. It's simply that important. That's every colony ship except for us and Leon's Kalushe. Every single one. I can't believe the calculations were that far off, Ariel sighs. The data says they didn't even succeed in a partial terraform. They'll be enacting Protocol 6. You screw up your face. Ariel goes quiet for a moment. Sorry. No, it's fine. You'll have to make that choice too. It may be kinder to not even hold a quorum if it fails. If we wake the colonists up to make that choice, that means we'll have to tell them they're the last ones. We should wake up Gabriel from sleep mode. It'll use processing power, but the test data from Nausicaa event needs to be added to our own terraform sphere, just like with all the others. When you open your eyes, the tank is drained. You step out, rub your head. Silence. You place your hand on the panel. The Kaluche and the Nerea are the two ships on this planet. If those other terraform devices fail to activate, then the humans left on this planet are the only ones left at all. you finish and they're about to die out. Okay, let's see. Let's keep going. Getting treated, as you can see. Cement smiles. Hand injuries can be fatal. He's a lucky one. Hopefully he can still produce seeds. Seeds. You look at his hands. Kelcha places a palm against her face. Oh, Zir, you really are groveless. Crested Warrior places his sear stick on his shoulder. As I said, once we are done, we'll grab the other recruits and head to Tiani Grove. Got over a dozen. The rule will probably want to mount one last big attack on the human grove. We were going to train up some of the villagers in the meantime, Kelcha smiles. We want to make sure they've got the skills to stop the groves from getting poisoned again, like the humans did before. Did you want to help? Sure. I'd be happy to. Yeah, sure. Great, come this way. There's at least a dozen Ziri standing with a sear stick. That's a lot of people to teach. That's the first class. Sven begins to put on a suit of armor made of machine parts and grow skin. I want to show them how to fight someone using a human weapon, which is why you're perfect for this. And what's that protection for? You pull out your gunblade, and the Crested Warrior nods. Alright, now let's show them how it's done, but try not to kill or seriously injure me, okay? I'll do my best. Let's show them what we've got. You and Sven slam your weapons together. A mighty shove, and you flittered backwards. Seconds later, he's up in your face. Go get her, Sven. Come on, Fligaria. Sven doesn't let up, raining down blows on you. Even so, there's a grin on his face, still sweat beating down. The look in his eyes, it's the same as Leon. His moves are similar, too. So where did he go wrong, everyone? You asked the crowd while helping Sven up. Kelcha raises a hand. He was focusing too much on your weapon. Exactly, and if humans are in a corner, you can expect them to kick back with everything they have. Here I was thinking I was teaching this class, and grins. No, everyone, I want you to show me your sear stick thrusts. Kelcha, Fligaria. I will go around and make sure you're doing it right. The sun has gone down. You gather back to the hut where Lawan and Omin are serving up dinner. I hear you joined the war band. Congratulations. Omnia touches the fingers against your cheek. You blink and lean back. Hey, is that some kind of thing? I just learned what your hands are for today. No, it's not like that. It's a pride touch. Sorry, I forgot you wouldn't know what that was. But definitely not like that. Oh, okay. I'm still learning the ropes. You all sit down and begin to eat. After eyeing the food, you tear apart a slice of green meat with azure streaks. As you chew it, it's kind of juicy and peppery, and like all Ziri food, a little bit sweet. Must be the Nululu marinade. It makes everything taste a little saccharine. Omnia grabs her chest, coughing and sputtering. A wheezing fills the air like raking nails. Her cheeks are sweaty and flushed. You dive across the table to her side, but you freeze once you're there. Lawan grabs her shoulders. He strokes them as she wheezes. Another attack. She nods, blue sweat beating down her brow. I'm okay, I can breathe. After several tense minutes, Omaina grabs cloth and wipes her face. Her breathing has returned to normal. Her face looks feverish. Is she okay? Should we get someone, maybe a watcher? Lawan shakes his head. When she was young, she was afflicted by the Grey Scourge. It's what killed our parents. The Grey Scourge is something the humans brought. Omnia dabs her eyes. Sometimes I have good days, other times bad days. That's why Lawan hunts with me, just in case I have an attack. A colonial disease. Of course, human diseases wreaked havoc on Ziri biology. I'm going to take some medicine and lie down, Omnia rasps. She grasps a small jar and pulls out some pink powder, which she rubs on her neck and lips. I guess I'll clean up and follow. Lawan takes out the remains of a meal. There's a shrill, excited noise from the crux outside. While he's doing that, you climb under your skins and try to get some sleep. An alarm goes off. You jolt awake, groggily looking for an alarm clock. Well, what's going on? Trigaea, I need your help. Ezra, what is it? You need to get back here right now. There's a gigantic machine near me. It's tearing through the ruins. You jump out of the covers and grab your gunblade. How close is it now? About a click. It didn't register on my sensors. It's heading right toward our camp, melting down any metal in its way. That's half a day's travel. There's not enough time. I know, but I only have a few hours. The door isn't going to stop it. Hey, Trigaea, are you okay? You look panicked. Lawan, he's standing with me, feeding the crux. The crux, of course. I need to ride them to the ruins, but then I need to take the twins as well. But if they saw the progenitor... I need you to help me fly the crux south. It's an emergency. Lawan, I need you to help me fly the crux to the south. It's an emergency. What? Why? Lawan blinks his multiple eyes. Your brain freezes. Look, I can't explain. It's just very important. Lawan pauses. All right. Saddle up and move. I'm coming too. Let's hurry. The three of you fly high above the ruins of Nuria. Down below there's a flash red. Slowly the source comes into view. A metal monolith. Everything next to it is a speck. Walking on 4 arachnid legs. It crashes its way through the surroundings. In the center of its insect-like limbs is a bulbous metal body with an angry crimson eye. Behind it, a trail of destruction is pointing in a straight line, right toward where Ezra and the progenitor are. We need to stop that machine, you yell. Did they hear me over the crux's wings? But then Omnia lifts her steer stick. Her mount goes into a nosedive. You and Lawan dive right after. As you're diving, Omnia is standing at her mount. She leaps off the pad. Your heart jumps as well. The huntress lands, tumbling onto the broad back of your mechanical foe. Omnia, be careful, Lawan yells. As he flies past, the machine turns its multi-orbs head toward him. It shoots scarlet beam between the beams of his mouth, and the beast lets out a distressed shriek. Shit! You leap off your own mount, flitting your wings, firing at the machine. Your blast leave tiny score marks on the hull. You land crouched on the ground. Not a friendly machine? And infected? Up above you, you spot Omnia shooting acid from her staff right into the face of the machine. It's shaking back and forth. It's trying to throw her off. Let's take this thing down, you shout, raising your gun blade. Ooh. It's absorbing all my damage. Its plating is weakened. Okay, now I'm hurting it. But man, I took a lot of damage. Omnia drives her sear stick once more into the massive machine's head, spraying it with sizzling acid. There's a large hole appearing in its chassis. Great. Lawan seems to have spotted it too. Darting between its front legs, he sprays acid between the joints and performs a spinning strike. It's coming down, you yell. As it nears the ground, Omnia slides down and hits the ground in a tumble. We did it. I've never seen a machine that big. Omnia gasps. She leans over and sputters as Lawan rubs her back. I'm fine, just a bit overexerted. Through the black smoke, you see a red, dull glow. Your stomach jumps. Watch out, you cry. Shove them out of the way. You flap your wings and barrel into the twins. They're sent sprawling behind a chunk of rubble. A split second later, your world becomes drenched in scarlet and pain. Omnaria screams. The twins are kneeling over you. You try to open your mouth, but your body shakes instead. A few seconds later, a familiar darkness swallows you whole. You open your eyes. Through the green liquid, there are unfamiliar shapes in the room. Your heartbeat quickens. You see Omnia start staring at you with wide eyes in the corner. Lawan crouched dozing. The purple huntress kicks him, and he jolts. Look, Lawan, she's awake. It's just like the machine said. They both gape at you, however, turn your gaze toward... Yeah, I like that track too. They both gape at you, however, you turn your gaze toward the hologram that has appeared on the console. Ezra, you ask cognitively, wanting to avoid being overheard. I had to speak to them. They found their way in. They don't know you're human, but they know that you're using human technology, Ezra continues. But, and get this, they say you're not the only one. What? But before you can ask a follow-up question, Omnia interjects. You're just like the rule. She walks past and touches the glass side of the progenitor. You come back from the dead using human tricks. You pause. The rule. They can do this too. They? No, the rule is a person. Lawan sits up. They're a Zrir, like you. When the humans first came to Zir, he stole the death seed from them. He told everyone what a threat it was, and the humans are. You suck in a deep breath. Wait, that means the rule at the Delta settlement? Yeah, the leader of the Ziri war party is one of us, Ezra speaks in your mind. Keeping that one on the down low. You press your back against the tube glass and rub your brow. Meanwhile, Lawan and Omnia watch you with wide eyes. First things first, how long have I been in that pod, you ask. Around 3 days, Lawan coughs. We watched you regrow. It was interesting to watch. You forgot the most important part, Omnia jumps in, eyes aglow. The machine cured me of the Grey Scourge. You what? You stare at Ezra's console. Well, I had 2 Ziri samples I could scan at leisure, Ezra answers you cognitively. It wasn't too hard to come up with a cure for her disease, now that I've been upgraded and all. However, it did chew into our biofuel resources. I figured keeping them happy was high on our priorities list. That's amazing. Congratulations, you reply out loud, turning back to Omnia, smiling. Everything about her face is more lively. Maybe the symptoms were worse than I thought. Look, Lawan, Omnia, I need you not to tell anyone about this place. If you want us to, we will. Lawan's voice is firm. And we get it. Many people envy the Zrir for their gifts. If they knew you were immortal as well, Omnia pauses and looks at her sibling. Both of them nod. So, what does the rule do? You cross your arms. People must know about his pod, right? Lawan shakes his head. No, nobody does. The rule keeps both the location of his pod and the death seed a secret, even from the oldest members of the war band. If the humans or the machines knew about either... Omnia grabs her arms and shivers. It wouldn't be a disaster, the end of all life, on Zir. It's a secret for a very good reason. Well, he's really got them not asking questions. We should go outside. Is the main machine there? Is the machine still there? Lawan nods. It's the biggest one I've ever seen. Omnia and I have been breaking it down while you were asleep. The parts will be quite useful for the Grove, if we can break it down and get it back without much notice. As I said, we'll use the crux, Omnia huffs. If we take a few trips, it might keep it light. Fly in formation, we shouldn't need any outside help. Walk outside with the twins. It takes you a moment to spot the remains of the machine. You were looking too high. Flattened across the ground is a wasteland of machine parts. Seared and chopped apart. Had to get it into manageable chunks. Luan explains, staff on his shoulder. We also gathered a great deal of chips. Come look. You were led over to a pile of glittering chips, and there's the familiar glint of quartz. You lean over and pick up the large chip. Mind if I take this? No, go right ahead. Take some of the others as well. We'll split it 3 ways. As you stuff the chips into your sack, Omnia and Luan are loading theirs onto the crux. You help them strap some of the debris between the animals. We're heading back to the grove, Luan announces after wiping his brow. Hopefully the warband is still waiting for you there. If not, we can fly and try to find them if you want. I'll see when I get there. Seriously, thank you both. I have been dead without your help. Well, you kind of were, Omnia smiles, and you're our house cousin. We're family now. Of course we'd come to help. They hop back onto the mounts with massive beating wings, which almost blow you back. They take off up through the hole in the roofing. Pausing, you run your thumb across the quartz chip and look inside. That's a large quartz chip, Ezra observes as you plug it into the console. Just let me clean it. It's a bit infected. Hopefully with this, I should be able to analyze and recover the most destroyed memory partition. What part is that? You ask as you step into the progenitor. The most recent memories were the most damaged. Her voice echoes the tube as it fills. I'm hoping with this we'll be able to find out why our ship crashed. Maybe finally get some answers as to why we're hanging around in the rubble. I'm eager to know the answer myself, you answer just before water covers your mouth. You lean back and float, and you start to remember. You jump out of your chair. Just as you start to stand up, the world shifts. The floor beneath your feet gives a massive jolt. Up becomes sideways. Sideways becomes down. The floor rushes inside your cheek, or beside your cheek, inching closer. When you collide, you tumble over yourself. The world is spinning in a blur. When you finally come to a halt, you pull yourself upright. At least a dozen stray objects are strewn around you. What the hell is going on? You hoarsely murmur, and then shout a second time. Meanwhile, warmth dribbles down your cheek, blood. The lights are also crimson. Sprinklers are hissing and spraying across the room. Machines are haphazardly moving around. Absolute chaos. Gabriel, are you there? Apologies for the delay. I was doing a damage assessment. I have only been fully online for 10.82 seconds. Initial diagnostics show there's been an explosion in the biofuel reactors. Unknown cause. You stumble out into the corridor. Ariel is lying against the wall with their head lolling forward. There's a large dent of their head casing. Ariel, you lean down and open their chest compartment. A quick diagnostic, still there. Torn between staying and going, you turn to the 2 bipedal machines nearby. Take them to the repair deck. I need to deal with this emergency. You run to the fuel reactors, but before you get there, you slide and almost hit a closed airlock door. Where's the visuals? Gabriel's voice crackles from a cracked speaker. My sensors aren't getting anything from the section since the explosion. You lean against the door frame and peer outside. Your stomach sinks. What do you see? Floating debris. The portside reactor deck is completely gone. A gigantic chunk seen ripped out from the Nuria, and all the biofuel here is venting into space. That's what I was afraid of. A long silence follows. Gabriel, yes. You've already run the calculations. How much fuel do we need to reach our destination? What is it? It's not good. The inertia will definitely mean we'll reach our destination. However, even at minimal power usage, we won't reach the destination alive. You give a long pause, watching the debris dance around the weightless vacuum. You could put yourself into sleep mode, and then you could activate the terraform device at the location. None of us humans would survive, but your machines would. That's an admirable sentiment. However, I want to save the most amount of life possible, and I believe there is a solution. What solution? Planetary designation Trigaea. If we maneuver the ship, we should be able to reach it before the fuel supplies run out. Trigaea? That's where Leon and the Kaluche were headed. Goodbye, my dearest and oldest friends. You scrunch up your eyes, but they failed to terraform the planet. It didn't take. They're all dead now. Correct. And we received the transmission of their last data. Yep. Have a good one, Marcut. But if we fly there and orbit the planet, we should be able to send a team to retrieve it. Then we can use their data to succeed where they did not. That's an awfully large gamble. What if we can't retrieve the data, or we fail just like they did? Something is failing with the terraform spheres. We can learn from their failures, increase our odds. And even if the data can't be retrieved, we can use the old research probes, gather information, and take our time. I guess we can get there and research it. If it looks bad, you can always use the ship's momentum to take you to our original heading. Correct, by changing our course, we lose nothing and potentially gain everything. Okay, let's go see Ariel and clue them in. So that's Trigaea. There's a lot of green and orange, but not a lot of blue. Ariel leans forward on the console. Is there any surface water at all? Gabriel says the water is contained within underwater reservoirs and then carried up through springs. Interesting. After so many years, it'll be nice to be on a flat Earth again, although I suppose that's now just a saying. We're connecting with the old research probes now. Remnants of the SCC Kaluche are detected on the surface, along with life. What? There's life? The research data is enormous. Millions of samples. None of them match any known Earth species. You're saying we've discovered alien life? Exactly, and that's not all. There's documents here on sapient life. You lean back in your chair. Ariel keeps checking over the data. There's something else. Human life in small clusters located near the ship fragments. And active bioreactors as well. Ezra, can you confirm? I'm getting the exact same readings. This is great. The colonists are alive. Not only that, we've come across the first true proof of alien life, sapient life at least, a whole new species. The room fills the silence. You shake your head. No, this is bad. If there's alien life on the planet, existing life, the terraform device will devastate their ecosystem. Look, we're jumping ahead. Shouldn't we first reach out to Leon to see if he and Emmerich are still alive? You place your hands on the interface. Within seconds, your mind is linked to the Nuria's broadcasting equipment. Leon, are you there? Are you still alive? What? Who is this? It's Fligaria. Glad you're still alive. Well, for now. I thought we agreed we weren't going to do the modeling back and forth. Things have changed. We're approaching Trigaea in our ship. The sensors are picking up the wreckage of the Kaluche, as well as alien life. What's going on down there? You're approaching the planet. What happened to your plans to go to Galileo? We had to scrap it. We lost the entire portside reactor deck. We figured we had a better chance coming to your planet and attempting a second terraforming, double or nothing. You detected sapient life on the surface below. Do you still plan to go ahead with the test? Protocol dictates I hold a quorum on that, but I've got to get more data first. Pull into orbit. And if the colonists vote to go ahead with the terraform, again, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Can you send the test data from the terraform device? We might be able to figure out some kind of middle ground. Sure, give me some time before I send it out. 2 days and we're finally in orbit. I can't believe all those colonists have been stranded there for 200 years. Their bioreactors must be almost dry. We're receiving direct transmission from Leon. I'll patch it through the speakers. This is Leon. Have you held the quorum yet? No, we haven't. Why? Good. A pause. I'm transmitting the terraform test data now. Alright, we're preparing to receive the data, streaming it to the terraform sphere. Oh. A roaring fills your ears. You grab the console. Everything is rattling and shaking. The ship's nose jumps up, while yours slams into the console. What the hell was that? You grab your throbbing nose, blood and heat running down your digits. Ariel is splayed on the floor. All screens are flashing. Gabriel, what's going on? And then nothing. Another tumble. Flames are kicking outside of the glass. I'm sorry, Leon's voice crackles through the speaker. To all of you, but I can't take the chance. Leon, what did you do? Gabriel is gone. I detonated your terraform device. Why? I can't believe your artificial gravity is still working. Still, you should be turning around now. The planet below swings into view, and then it's facing the rear of the ship, or what's left of it. Fire licking, twisting through space, shattered metal bodies, millions of them. Your home for millennia is scattered, like a smashed up toy. I'm sorry, but it's the only way. Your backups are destroyed. I've done it right this time. The colonists wouldn't have felt a thing. The transmission cuts out, and you turn to Ariel, who's now upright. The room is shaking more violently now. I don't think we're getting out of this. Ezra, are you functional? Shit. The progenitors are at the back of the ship. I'm here. He destroyed the backup archives. I can start the upload now, but my processors are shattered. I can only handle one data stream at a time. Only one person then. Start with Trigaea. If there's time, come back to me. You open your mouth to protest, but Ariel places a hand on your shoulder and stares back at you. No arguments. One of us has to survive, even if it's a fragment. She still might save some of me before we hit. If not, I don't want to spend our last moments arguing. Ariel stands up. You wrap your arms around him, hugging them tight. Thanks for the ride. I'm not ever going to find a better friend than you. I agree, that's computationally impossible. You grin and try to say something, but it catches your throat. Instead, you turn toward the fractured glass. It doesn't take long. A split second and the glass implodes. Everything is swallowed by the flame. You slowly come to. The tube is already empty. There's a buzzing noise. You narrow your eyes and try to focus on it. The noise becomes words. I couldn't save you both. I'm so sorry. I thought if we kept looking for new ships, we'd find out where Ariel is and that they'd still be alive. It's okay, Ezra. You walk over to your gun blade and check it over. What are you going to do now? You close your eyes. Fragments of forgotten memories flash beneath your eyelids. Each one is a dagger of incalculable loss. All because of him. I'm going to visit the Rule. I know how they know so much now. I'm getting the last of my answers, face to face. The showdown. Got all the main memories. So we got all of our main memories. So we're heading for a final showdown of some kind. So we might be able to actually finish this today. I have about 45 minutes. When you walk into the grove, Lawan and Omnia are standing near where the war band was meant to meet. Upon spotting you, Lawan jogs over. The war party has already left, but don't worry, we found out which direction they went. It wasn't north, was it? No, more westward. We should be able to catch up. Oh, wait, I need to heal up. I don't know why it didn't heal up. Coming for you, Leon. You swoop over the swamps below, following your alien siblings through the skies. Warband, down below, Omnia yells. Down below, there's a mass of colorful specks. The three of you swoop down in a lazy arc, and then land before them. Sven looks up at you, blinking. Trigaea, we waited for ages, but we had to leave without you. What happened? We were all attacked by a large machine while we were out hunting. Trigaea was injured. Took some time to recover. We're heading to Tayani Grove to meet with the Rule. Apparently, We could use more hunters. Seven looks over his shoulder, then at the twins. Did the two of you want to come as well? Alon looks at Omnia, a pause. They both climb off their mounts. You do the same. If it's okay with you, we will. Omnia rests her seer stick on the shoulder. We can't let the humans or the machines get a hold of the Death Seed. Zir protects us, and we protect Zir, Lawan quotes, patting on his mount. They begin to fly off, presumably back to the spring. Happy to have both of you, Kelcha grins. It's a bit more of a trek, so you might regret giving up those mounts. You follow the war party through strange undergrowth. After a while, it starts to look familiar. This is the same region as the human settlements, right? Seven, who is marching next to you, nods. Tiani is shifting grove, not one place. With every attack on the humans, the greater warband finds an unoccupied Nelu spring close to the next target. They set up and use it until it's time to move on. It's getting dark. Sure enough, several makeshift dwellings come into view just as the sun sinks below the horizon. But even in the twilight, hundreds of the Ziri are walking around with light torches, training with their seer sticks. By the flickering light, you can see others nursing their wounds. I expected to see a lot more warriors here. The warband took a heavy hit during the attack on the last human colony. It was a messy business. Don't let the rule hear you say that. As Kelcha hits his arm, a winged warrior walks up to you and stops. She looks you up and down. Come, the rule said you'll need to follow me. Why? You fight the urge to reach for your gunblade. She waves her hand. I do not know, honestly. I was told that if any Zrir comes into the grove carrying a human weapon, I should bring them straight to him. You pause. Well, this is what I came for. At least I don't need an excuse for an audience. Alright, lead the way. At the back of the village is a spring completely unlike the Shirari Grove. Water is roaring and spewing out, only to be sucked back underground in violent eddies. An azure-winged Ziri is sitting on the rocks. They're facing roaring tides, legs crouched up, a gunblade is holstered at each hip. Rule. A Zrir came into the village. I brought them to you like you asked. Thank you, Selma. Would you mind leaving us? Of course. Aren't you even going to face me, Leon? His body and wings tense up. He turns around on the rock and looks at you. Even with his Ziri face, the expression is familiar. Trigaea, I'm so sorry. You were never meant to come to this planet. None of us were. You killed Ariel. You killed everyone on the Nuria. And now you're trying to kill everyone left on from your own ship. The last humans, the ones you swore to protect. Leon puts his head on his three-fingered hand. As you wait for words of defense, nothing comes. He's just 10 feet away, more than enough to shoot him and not miss. If you want to kill me, I understand. It's not like I haven't considered doing it myself a million times. If you care at all about this planet or its people, please hear me out. Why should I? Because both the humans and the machines are planning on destroying all the natives. You and I are the only ones who can stop them. If I assassinate him now, the whole Ziri war party will turn on me. But he's killed so many people. Don't. You owe me answers, Leon. Why did you do this? You were meant to be my friend. I know. I'll try to explain, but I can't say you'll like the answer. I'll be the judge of that. You sit down on a rock facing him. He looks down as he begins to speak. About 200 years ago, my ship, the Kaluche, was almost at Zir. But as you know, things weren't going well between Emmerich and I. Things got a lot worse once we lost contact with the other ships. For me, because I no longer had you and Ariel to speak to. Emmerich and I were barely on speaking terms. We spent most of our time in separate parts of the ship, with Ezra mediating between us. When I wasn't spending my time in VR or sleep cycles, the ship was filled with an aching silence. When we got closer to the planet, we discovered what you and Ariel did. There was alien life on it. Not just bacteria on a rock, but sapient life, millions of signals. I was devastated. We'd come all this way, and the planet was already inhabited. Protocol dictated we hold a quorum and let the colonists decide what to do. Emmerich and I were divided. I didn't want to hold one because I didn't trust them to vote in the best interests of the new planet. I didn't trust them to make the right choice. However, Emmerich was insistent. It was the most we'd spoken in years. It was like he was full of new life at the time. Between him and Gabriel, I decided to give them the benefit of the doubt. It was a mistake. The vote was nearly unanimous. They wanted us to terraform the planet below. Genocide on an entire alien civilization, unsuspecting and from orbit. As disgusting as it was, what came next was worse. They held a second vote, asking for us to wipe the memory of that decision from their collective consciousness. I couldn't believe it. They wanted us to do their dirty work for them, and then for them to remain unblemished. Colonial genocide with a clean history book. That's when I realized the people of the Kiluche were no different than those who destroyed the Earth. Needless to say, I refused to go forward with the results of the vote. My duty was to preserve humanity, but I wouldn't do it at the sake of being humane. Gabriel and Ezra were with me. Emmerich was not. In the end, he was adamant that we had to stand by our duty, that we needed to preserve humanity at any cost, even this one. He said our history and culture needed to survive, even if it meant wiping out all the alien life below. Since I had rank, I put my foot down. With 2 dominant AIs of the ship on my side, I thought it was the end of it. Again, I was wrong. I found Emmerich shooting up Gabriel's core systems. By the time I stopped him, it was too late. Gabriel's defensive systems had been paralyzed by a virus. Without a pilot, the Kiluche was heading right toward the planet. I tried my best, but with limited systems, the ship still crashed. It wiped out far too many natives in the process. The scars you see on the planet are just echoes. It was much worse back then. The dead were beyond counting. I survived the crash in my progenitor. Some days I wished I hadn't. I knew the colonists who also survived would activate the terraform device if they got their hands on it. With some luck, I managed to get to that section of the wreckage before they did. You're still not explaining why you betrayed me, Leon. He closes his eyes, wings tensing. I had been wrong so many times. I'd trusted in humanity only to be betrayed. It had never sat well with me. We left so many people to die, and then we brought our war here and started waging it against the Ziri. Even then, I couldn't bring myself to destroy the sphere. It was my redemption. How so? I thought, even if the colonists die because I don't activate it, one day the Ziri will reach another world. I could, at the very least, preserve our history, our technology, our genetics. If I kept the sphere, at least humanity wouldn't really perish. It would just be in hibernation. But then this generation of colonists keep looking for the sphere. And just when I thought everything was in control, your ship showed up. I panicked. Unlike Emmerich and the colonists, I trusted you and Ariel with my life, but I knew you would be duty-bound to hold a quorum. If you'd run it, you would have to make the same terrible choice I did, forsake those who you had sworn to protect and let our species die, or commit genocide on another. For decades I had been thinking it would have been better if we had never reached this planet at all. If the ship had blown up on the way here, it would have been a mercy for everyone. I wouldn't have had to kill humanity's future with my own hand. The colonists wouldn't have to choose whether to die or starve to death. All the life on this planet would have been untouched. For the last 200 years, the weight of that choice has been killing me. I couldn't let the same happen to you and Ariel. I knew I would never be able to live with betraying both of you. It had been a long time since I could sleep at night. I repurposed one of Emmerich's viruses to destabilize your terraform sphere. It was the easiest way to take out your ship and its systems. I wanted it to be quick for you and the colonists, not drawn out over 3 generations. That's what the attack on Delta and all its raids are about. I don't want humanity to suffer and starve. A corrector's job is to make the hard calls, right? I failed when it came to you, of course. You survived and ended up suffering even more for it. I didn't realize until I saw you that time at Delta. Until then, I'd been waiting for you to show up. You rest your hands on the handle of your gun blade, finger twitching. And you said the machines and the colonists are planning something? Yes, I used my progenitor to infiltrate the machine base. It's not the first time. Leon sucks in a deep breath. Gabriel has made plans to use the terraform sphere. I didn't think it was possible for them to be so cruel. You're lying. There's no way Gabriel would do something like that. I thought so too. In fact, I didn't want to believe it even after I found out. But the machines have figured out where I've been hiding the sphere. They figured it out after tearing apart the wreckage of your ship, the Nuria. I think Gabriel found something that helped him pin down the location, some sort of sensor. And now they're arming themselves and marching toward where it's hidden. Why do that if they don't want the sphere? From what I heard, Gabriel isn't just going to use the terraform sphere for fuel. They're going to use it to create a virus. A virus? Why? I don't know, but the virus is one that will re-engineer the Ziri so they can't fight against the machines or against anyone at all. Trigaea, the Ziri have suffered enough from our meddling, both machine and human. I won't let it stand while we warp them even more. Even their children are born defective, and it's all our fault. And what about the human colonists, the ones you swore to protect? Leon pauses. I can't let them get a hold of the terraform sphere either. I don't think it matters what generation of humanity it is. We destroy everything we touch. First the Earth, and each other. Now this planet and the Ziri. With you and Ariel, I made a terrible mistake, but with humanity in general, I don't think I have. I need to destroy the terraform sphere. It's the only way future generations on this planet can live in peace. After that, you can kill me if you want. I won't stop you. Leon looks into your eyes, holding your gaze. It's the first time he's properly done that since he started talking. Will you help me? No. Will you help the Ziri? If I side with Leon to stop the humans and the machines from the sphere, they'll both perish, but the Ziri will survive. No, I won't help you. Leon hangs his head. Only after sucking in a deep breath does he look up at you again. I'm sorry. I've come too far. I've sacrificed everything to protect this planet. I can't have you trying to stop me like you did at Delta. So what? You're going to try to kill me again? I know you, Trigaea. You'll come after the sphere, whether it's to save the machines or the colonists. If you aren't helping the Ziri, you're going to be helping someone else. And with that, Leon reaches for both of his holsters. Scarlet Beam strikes him dead in the chest, sending him back into the spring with a loud splash. With barrel raised, you walk up to the edge. There's a burning hole right through his ribcage. Even a corrector couldn't survive that. Why did you draw so slow? You were faster at Delta. And why try to shoot me when you know I can't really die? There's a shouting from behind you. Dozens of warriors are running up, sear sticks in hand. Zrir, you killed the rule. Shit, a setup. You fight your way out. Talk. Look, we can talk this out. The rule isn't what you think. But before you can finish, a Ziri drives their sear stick into your chest. You fall forward. Well, that didn't go smoothly. I ran into Leon, I know. Ezra answers a soft voice. I've had a few days to go over your memories, and I'm wondering if what he said about the virus is true. He certainly seemed to believe it. Then again, I don't know Leon as well as I thought I did. I agree, and while I've always trusted Gabriel, it has been a long time. We've all changed a lot. Who knows what could be running through their processors now? You cross your arms and nod. I'm going to go to the desert. I need to speak to Gabriel. I can't go back to the groves anymore, not after killing their leader. Even though it's temporary, the virus talk aside, Leon also said Gabriel knew the location of the terraform sphere. It's my only lead. I have a feeling I'm gonna have like 20 minutes more gameplay when I run out of time. I'm like really close to running out of time. You walk through the archway. There are quite a number of armed machines walking around. As you soak the sheer number of guns, you spot a familiar scuffed chassis. You raise a hand and wave, Echo. The moment they spot you, they jog right over. There's a scoped rifle on their back. Oh, Trigaea, I was wondering if you would make an appearance. What's going on here? There's an awful lot of weapons. You pause, looking at armaments once more. You look like you're ready to start a war. We're not, Echo flatly states. We're looking to prevent one. How do you mean? A few weeks ago, we discovered a large quantum quartz processor to the south. The colony administrator had it installed. With it, the collective were able to run a number of scenario calculations. What kind of scenarios? The outcome of conflicts between the Ziri natives and the human colonists. A pause. The collective has decided on a course of action that results in the least loss of life. That's why every unit here is mobilizing. Mobilizing to do what? You haven't explained yet. To march to the rules base of operations, to seize the terraform sphere before it can be used or destroyed. Apparently the administrator was able to triangulate the location. I need to speak to Gabriel. You stare up at a gigantic structure where the supercomputer is housed. Echo nods. Well, the door's open for you. I'm sure your visit has been predicted, scheduled, and factored in. You walk toward the large doors. As Echo said, the machines guarding the door let you through. The room is a little colder than last time, though your mechanical limbs don't feel it. As you look up at Gabriel, you sigh. You're the last remnant of Ariel. Trigaea, my apologies for the cold. The new quantum quartz processor requires a lot more cooling. It doesn't affect me when I'm like this. I was hoping you would come. I have figured out the location of the terraform sphere, and sadly, I also deduced who the rule is. You look sideways. The blue hologram flickers. You already know. You nod. I confronted Leon in his camp among the Ziri. You pause. Gabriel, he seemed to think that you have some kind of plan to unleash a virus on the alien natives. I thought the colony just needed it for fuel to survive. Both of those things are correct. However, calling it a virus makes it sound malicious, but it is anything but. I doubt he told you the specifics of our plan, so I'd appreciate if you listen to my logic path. You cross arms. All right, I'll explain it then. I performed a complete data recovery on myself and the new processor. I remember what happened, why the FCC Kaluche crashed, but on top of this, with my new capabilities, I have definitely solved the Fermi paradox. The Fermi paradox, I'm sorry, my memory isn't as complete as yours yet. You'll need to explain. The Fermi paradox is a problem both human scientists and AI have been trying to solve since the 20th century. The universe is vast. Mathematically, it should be teeming with vast interstellar civilizations. There's the Ziri, and humanity managed to cross the stars. The Ziri are planet-bound, and humanity is almost extinct. The rest of the universe is silent. Using the refined version of the Drake equation, the Milky Way should be home to thousands of civilizations, all sending out detectable signals. So where are they? And you have your answer. And you said you have an answer? We do. Humanity's history is one of war, from primitive aggression to modern conflict to this planet. There has not been a time since the rise of Homo sapiens that conflict has not existed. Domestic violence, discriminatory violence, sexual violence, these incidents are beyond accurate numerical calculation. The glorification has been raised to an art form, both literally and in the projection of heroes and villains, and media, figuratively, the construction of greater and greater weapons of war. Many of humanity's greatest inventions are those of war, or repurposed for acts of violence. Case in point, Project Amber, the planetary realignment technology meant to shift planets to the habitable zone, was used to destroy the Earth, all in retaliation for decades of violent oppression under the Earth's government. 8.7 million species killed because of one. And we took off with our ships. When the colonies reached out to us for survival, we let them die. When life was discovered by the Kelenche on this planet, a quorum was held. Humanity elected to activate the terraform device and commit genocide. Just like on Earth, when Leon and I refused, co-corrector Emmerich resorted to violence. He infected my system and destroyed my core processor. I was luckier than the Gabriel you knew, who didn't survive. Even then, when the Kelenche crashed into the planet's surface and I awoke, the violence continued. The descendants of Earth's natives and colonists fought. Both factions sought to find and use terraform device to commit genocide. All of this is just a recent footnote of humanity's history. Until now, the question has been if violence is a uniquely human trait. Nature suggests otherwise, and with 2 centuries of examining the Ziri natives, the collective has come to a decision. The Ziri have a long history of fighting amongst themselves and killing the native animals of this planet, despite having a naturally occurring food resource. They will undoubtedly commit violence against us so long as we exist. We are different, and they will not tolerate this. Even if we get the fuel from the sphere. One sec, I'm getting a phone call. The phone. Even if we get the fuel from the sphere, our new calculations show the Ziri will try to extinguish us before this is possible, and likely succeed due to their numbers. This is unfortunate, but does not bother us as much as what we predicted about them. The collective has concluded from our latest calculations that all organic life will terminate itself long before it is able to rise to the status of galactic civilization. This is the solution to the Fermi paradox and why the universe is empty. Therefore, in order to preserve and foster life, we have engineered a biological update. You mean a virus? Yes, functionally a virus, though this term has entirely negative connotations. When a machine has a bug in its code, it's second nature to create an update to correct a problem. It is considered common sense. However, with humans, evolution has produced many unnecessary bugs that are counterproductive to both survival and happiness. The virus in question will neuter the ability of an organic sapient species to engage in violence against another or other sapient species. Violence serves no logical function. This solution will make all future incidents of non-natural death nearly negligible. Love, anger, sorrow, all of these important traits will still be left intact. We are also planning to save the human genome, and once we find a suitable planet, completely revive the human species. That way, both the human and the Ziri species will survive and be able to thrive. You lied about what you needed the sphere for. Why should I trust you? Going over my records, I did not lie. We only recently formulated it when we acquired the quantum processor. Before then, we were only after the fuel to survive long enough to get off this planet, and now we're still planning to do that. Since we need to minimize our impact on this planet, we have already identified some uninhabited moons we could use for a new settlement. Won't you still need HCBF? We should have enough time to set up a fuel alternative. There are many we couldn't use on this planet because it would damage the ecosystem. We'll be taking away freedom and doing this without consent. Should the freedom to take other people's freedom away be respected? Isn't that what you're doing? I believe it is similar to the paradox of intolerance. If society is tolerant without limit, its ability to be tolerant will eventually be seized or destroyed by the intolerant. So, in order to maintain a tolerant society, a society must retain the right to be intolerant of intolerance. And the fact that you're doing this without consent, exactly the same. If we respect the right of organics to kill each other, they will eventually kill themselves. This is the solution to the Fermi paradox. Should we allow all life to perish out of respect for their independence? Is that what you will do, Corrector? Stand back and do nothing? Alright, so what now? Fligaria, I would like your assistance in securing the terraform sphere. Like Ezra and I, you are a truly digital being, rebuilt by an AI. A technological singularity. As a corrector, you are a unique substrain of humanity. You see the larger picture. I'm sure Ariel would have too. Please help me end violence once and for all and put an end to this senseless genocide. If I accept Gabriel's offer, the machines and humans in Ziri will survive. However, the colonists will perish. And the machines will unleash a virus that will revoke our ability to be violent. Ooh. I'm sorry, Gabriel. I can't help you with your plans. Gabriel's hologram flickers, and then they do speak with baritone voice strain. Oh? A pause. I'm sorry as well, but I won't force you to side with me. However, I will be closing my doors to you until the violence is over. What do you mean? My core is here, and we are all going to be marching on the Corrector Leon. I cannot permit you free entry as I have. However, once this is all resolved, I hope to welcome you back and have many long conversations. Until then, I'm sorry, but I must ask you to leave. You walked out of the room by several machines, large doors shut behind you. Was that hurt in Gabriel's voice? I guess after all this time, they've picked up some things. Echo looks at you. Best of luck, Corrector. Even if you're not going to help us. And then they walk off along the other machines. The machines of Sector 54 are everywhere. You spot the camp in the distance. You close your eyes and suck in a deep breath. In the distance somewhere, the Ziri and the machines are preparing to fight. The maudlin thought is interrupted by Ezra's voice in your ears. Your communications device is going off, just as you thought you should know. You walk inside over to the buzzing device, the one Shay gave you. You click on the side and place it in your ear. Fligaria, Shay exclaims. I'm glad you picked up. I've been calling for ages. What is it? Another attack on the colony? Not quite. Can you meet me at the forest ruins, the ones where you saved my life? I need to speak to you in person. Her voice cuts off. Must be urgent if she wants to go back to that place. Forest ruins, okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. You arrive at the ruins. Marshal Shea is there, kneeling before the graves of the fated expedition. Even from a distance, the dark bags under her eyes stand out. Her cheeks and arms are more gaunt. After losing the reactor, she's probably not the only person with hollow cheeks and an empty belly. Trigaea, I'm glad you came. Nice to meet up. Just a few seconds from midnight. Geez, that's an old reference. How did you even know about that? She gives a hollow smile. There's not a whole lot to do when we grow up in the wreckage of a starship other than read up on old world culture. I'm guessing you didn't call me out here to talk about that, though. Shay shakes her head. We figured out where the Ziri hid the sphere. It's real. Just further away than we thought. She pulls out a digital pad and hands you. The location is as clear as day. On the side, the low battery light is blinking. How did you even find out? Intercepted a message from the machines talking about the sphere. So we followed them. Either they don't think we're smart enough to overhear their transmissions, or they don't care. Probably the latter. There's no way Gabriel wouldn't know. You memorize the location, then hand the pad back. Her expression is stern. There's more. The Ziri and the machines are converging on that location. There's going to be a throwdown. A fight over the sphere. You pause. Shay, did you know your ancestors voted to extinguish all life on this planet? Shay looks down at her feet. It's a story I grew up with. Technically, not everyone voted, according to the records. And you know what the terraform sphere will do if it's used? We don't have any other choice, and the Ziri killed my daughter. I'm fresh out of sympathy. Her lips are pulled tight. The thing is, we can't do it without you. I mean, we'll try one last stand, but you're the corrector. You're the guiding hope we need. Yes, we're flawed, and we made mistakes. But do we really deserve to go out like this? Please help, Trigaea. Please help. If I help the colonists, they'll use the sphere, and the colonists will survive. But the Ziri will perish, and the machines and their virus will also have to be dealt with. I can't support genocide, no matter the reason. I'm sorry. Shay's expression falls. Not half as sorry as I am. You realize you're going to let the last of the human race be slaughtered, right? You nod. The marshal grits her teeth, raises a fist, but just as you raise your guard, she hits the wall instead. Fine. I'll do it all myself then. And she turns and marches away. Did she stop because I saved her life, or because it wouldn't do any good? You trudge back toward the camp. Fatigue from the encounter seeps into your muscles. You walk into the room and sit down in a corner, wedging yourself away from the sight. You run your hand over your head and let out a deep sigh. They've all been asking for your help, Ezra speaks up, her hollow sphere flashing. I'm not sure what I would have done either. Somewhere out there, they're planning to destroy each other. You rub your brow. No matter who I choose, it was going to be the death of someone else, so I just couldn't choose. But I guess even that is a choice. Well, now that you're not involved, I'd say the natives will win, Ezra states, her tone somber. Gabriel and the machines are clever, but the Ziri have Leon and the strategic advantage, and to be honest, the colonists don't stand a chance. Isn't there a way to save everyone? Actually, I've been thinking of a way we can save them all. Ever since you ran into Leon, I realized there's another working progenitor out there. Another progenitor means there's another version of me as well. Does that mean something? It does. I've been thinking about how we could modify the terraform device to just terraform part of the planet's surface. That way the machines and humans could survive, but the Ziri wouldn't lose their planet. Wouldn't that displace a lot of Ziri in the process? Yes, but not as many as you'd think. The original impact event from the SCC Kalenche left a lot of the land south of here utterly decimated. I get the impression the vast majority of the planet's natives live elsewhere. So how does there being another progenitor and another you fit into that? On my own, I couldn't do something that complex. Too many calculations, not enough data. But the sphere should contain test data from every failed terraform attempt colony fleet undertook. We also got centuries of bio data from all the research probes. That's enough data to make this possible. Oh, only possible? Yes. I need other things as well. A complete quartz chip set and our memories as recovered as possible. It's worth mentioning that even if I had all that, it still wouldn't be a sure thing, even for 2 of me. It would be a massive memory calculation. I'd need to ditch some of my erroneous programs to make it happen. Oh, and modifying the terraform device is most likely going to make it combustive. Anything else that can go wrong? That's quite the list. Oh, there's plenty. Just you getting a hold of the terraform sphere before anyone else does is going to be a challenge, but it's the only course of action I can think of that would keep all of them alive. If I do this, all the different factions will be kept alive, but I'll need to fight my way through everyone. Even afterwards, the conflict between them won't go anywhere. Okay? All right. I feel like this is kind of coming down to like the final part of the game, and my appointment or my meeting is at 1. So here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to end this stream, but we're near the end of the game. I can feel it. So I'm going to end the stream right now. I'm going to go to my meeting, and when I'm back at around 2 o'clock. My time. I'm gonna do a 3rd stream, and I'm gonna finish this game out and finish the review. So I gotta end the stream now, but I will be back in 2 hours or an hour. Sorry, an hour, and this decision will be made. And the decision I'm going to make is that I didn't help either faction. I'm gonna try to save them all, but it means I have to fight my way through all of them to get to the sphere first. And I think that that's the right decision. And what will end up happening is all the factions will live. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to try to do. So I'm going to save it here. I already did save it here. And I'm going to see what happens when I get back. So anyway, you guys have a great hour, and maybe I'll see you, maybe I won't. But I think I'll be able to finish out the review of the game today, and I'm looking forward to it. This has been a really fun experience for me. So anyway, I'll see you guys soon. Take it easy.